Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm back. I'm back from my hiatus. Woo, yay! um excuse me. Before we get started, I just want to say a couple of announcements. I'm also streaming to YouTube. I really don't know how that's working. Ooh. Hopefully it's working well. If not, then I guess I just won't stream to YouTube anymore. But yeah. Before we get started, oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Before we begin, I've got a couple of announcements. This is for Twitch, so if you're on YouTube and watching this, Saws babe. So there are new channel point redeems for the month of October and some that are here to stay. For October, I have the Halloween tarot reading. So I have two decks. One is an actual tarot deck and one is an oracle deck. And with tarot, I'm going to do a one card for you ask a question. I'll pick a card. I'll tell you what that meaning is towards your question. And then I'll pull advice from the oracle card. So that should be fun if you would like to do that. I don't remember how many points that is, but save up some points, get it. But there are also other lower tier points that I've added for some other stuff. Look through the channel points, see anything you like, click on it, do it, boom bam bing, Bob's your uncle. I don't know. Also, there are more emotes you can use now. I added them from the previous tiers and I just made them all one tier. And Pumpkin Gill is back for Halloween. What else? Oh, October 4th, I'm starting the raid train for the DC3, which is the Disabled Content Creators Collective. I am in that because I am a disabled content creator. I'm starting the raid train October 4th at, I want to say 12 p.m. So it's this Saturday, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The raise awareness for the nominations being open for the Disabled Creators Award Show. I will go more in depth into that October 4th. But the nominations are open right now, actually. And I've posted it in the pinned chat. So if you want to go to that forum, you can. I think nominations close for round 1. I want to say October 31st. It's either the 15th or the 31st. If you read the thingy, you'll know. You'll understand. You can nominate me if you would like. I would love it if you did that. But you don't have to. You can nominate any other disabled creator. They don't even have to be in the collective. But if you do nominate me, I'd appreciate it. And these are the categories that I would like to be nominated for. Intersectionality matters, which is for Black, Indigenous, and basically BIPOC creators. And there's Disability Plus Pride, which is for LGBTQIA2+, which I am a part of that community. There's also the Blossoming Creator, which is for creators who have under 2,000 followers on Twitch, which I also have. I am way below that. And then there's Me, Myself, and I, and that one's the self-care one, because I be taking my self-care breaks. So thank you in advance if you do decide to nominate me. You don't have to, but I'd appreciate it either way. 4, I am fighting a really, really bad allergies. I don't think it's a cold anymore. I think it's just allergies. So please forgive me for my coughing and my sniffles. I have my inhaler here. I have water here. I have tissues here for when I have my uncontrollable sneezes that are so painful. 5, I'm waiting for Jax's food to get here, so I might have to stop and check for it. So I am sorry about that. And lastly, 6, this has to do with my Halloween stream that I do annually. And it has to do with the sub goal that you probably see on screen right now. I've got a goal of 10 subs, so during my Halloween stream, we can decorate a spooky, scary graveyard together. If you weren't here for my very first Halloween stream I did, we decorated a haunted house. So gingerbread houses during Christmas time? It's basically like that. So yeah, we can decorate that together. The Halloween stream takes place Friday, October 31st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because that is my time zone. I'm gonna be solving a cold case. I have everything here. We're gonna be playing a scary game, and you know I'm a little bitch, so I will be thoroughly scared. It doesn't even matter. I get jump scared by fishing mini games. So, and if we reach our sub goal, decorating the graveyard together, and this stream, I will also be doing a giveaway, and it will be my first ever official face cam stream. This will like test the waters to see if I want to do face cam streams going forward, or if I'm fine not doing that and just being, you know, a little PNG tuber. But yeah, okay, all the announcements are out the way. Excuse me. We can get right into the game. Do you guys remember what happened last time? I don't remember really, but we're gonna find out. We're about to find out. Let's switch screens. Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot, like, it's been a while since I've streamed. Like, yes, I did a little bit of streaming, like, twice. But sometimes I forget things. I forget things a lot. So I think what we're gonna do is, we're gonna do all of these, and then we're gonna do soiree. I don't care about anything else, but soiree is the most important one because that's where Baxter comes in. So let's go growing. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still pretty lazy. You, your moms, and your sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were. Now, what would we be doing? Lying spread eagle on the carpet? That is so man to do. Yes. You stared up at the ceiling, your eyes unfocused and mind clear of all thoughts. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Are you okay? I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Let me know if the volume is too loud, by the way. Because sometimes it's a little bit loud. Let me turn it down in my headphones because I feel like I'm screaming. Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts. Oh, sweetheart. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. Why did you need to get up, Mom? I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Excuse me. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather it be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe with a nice husband and some kids, if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head, even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys. It was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. Damn. Now you say she's gonna be lonely forever. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Listen, she should be focused on her group of friends and not chasing after boys. As someone who was boy crazy, she's doing it the right way. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head. No. Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way! I am not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped as she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. We love a pretty boy. Or two. Maybe even 4. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom snorted at her own joke, while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. Bye, girl. She strode out towards the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk. Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your mom's liked women, but you had no idea that Mom liked guys too. Today was the first time you heard her say something like that. Wait, you had crushes on guys? Since when? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you've spoken up. She smiled and nodded. Always. I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. Oh, romance. Romance. I hope that's me someday. I mean, it is me, but like, you know, married. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Aww, Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. He laughed at their antics. She thought the moment was very sweet. I think it's very sweet. We're not going to be a hater this time. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. She bumped her shoulder with yours, a reassuring smile in place. Maybe we'll talk to you later about it. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want. Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's not like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded in agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. So we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. Hold on, I want to check something real quick. My category is gaming. Hold on. Because I'm streaming on YouTube. Details. No. I forgot I have to update YouTube. Give me a moment. Sorry. If I could spell. Begins and always are we adolescents? State. Yeah, we're adolescents. We're not teenagers yet. Streaming software. Public, gaming, game title. Okay, here we go. Our life, beginnings, and always. Spanish for beginners. I mean, I guess. Save. Okay. Now that I got that changed, oh, my face! Now, hopefully we got everything together. Probably not. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks, you know, silently shrugged. You don't have to worry about it. I'd rather pass on all that. You don't have to worry about it. We're your parents, sweetie. We'll always worry. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, and now you, Princeton. Do you have to grow up? Yes. Children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without a problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You glided aside once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. What kind of AC is this? Where are we, California? Why did I think we were in Hawaii? I don't know. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was getting muscle definitions now. Yes. We're getting muscle definition. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward, and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. At birth, you were assigned female. At birth, you were assigned male. At birth, you were born intersex. Princeton's male at birth. Chest was only flat. Your chest was flat, but you thought about it being different. Your chest was flat by birth, but you aimed to have breasts through hormone therapy. No, we're just gay this time. We're not trans. And that's just the way it was for you. You ran a fingertip over your birthmark. That was something that had been consistent for you. From my mom texting me while I'm streaming. She's always at the worst times. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you thought you looked fantastic. One thing Princeton isn't, is insecure. You beamed, pleased with what you saw. You even winked for good measure before chuckling at yourself. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Princeton! Cole will be coming over soon, just letting you know. You found confusion, but you didn't bother complaining. It had been decided already. Okay. With a sigh, you pushed yourself off your bed and headed downstairs. Might as well, since he would be there in a few minutes. Now, why is he coming over? Are we friends? I don't recall us being friends. I think we're just acquaintances still. You need to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Ooh, what are we having for lunch? Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, her mouth opening to say something. When she caught sight of you, she blinked in surprise. Oh, hi, kiddo. I didn't mean you need to come down right this second. If you want to wait for him here, though, that's great. We'll get out of your way.
Have fun.
You and Caleb have fun, all right? With that, your moms made their way down the hall. You heard the floors creak until they reached their room on the other side of the house. How big is this house? Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. You weren't exactly thrilled to host Cove so suddenly, but you were used to it by now. Who knew what he wanted this time? Not who knew what he wanted. That's so rude. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You returned his wave with a half-hearted one of your own before you closed the door behind him. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noticed the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. So, what's with the sudden visit? It's too hot to do anything, but my parents don't think so. It's like they don't even notice. I figured coming here when me and I could just sit. Your mom said it was okay. Oh, alright. I can get that. If your mom's insisted on doing activities in this heat, you want to make a quick escape too. Thankfully, they weren't immune to the weather like Coves seemed to be. Were you doing something? Not really, I just need to get lunch soon. I haven't eaten anything today. Would it be alright if I had lunch too? You thought about it briefly before lightly nodding. I guess you can eat my food. I guess it should be fine. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there just something cold or not cooked? What do you mean you don't want to eat something that's warm? How hot are you right now? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. Now, what if I don't want a sandwich? What if I'm not feeling like a sandwich mood? That settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Oh, love me a pita pocket. Could you take the grain one for me? What do you mean take the grain one? Like, give it to you? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains and made your decision. Oh, we have cinnamon swirl bread. Let's make a sweet sandwich. You pulled out the cinnamon swirl bread too, setting both items onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Obviously, if I'm eating cinnamon bread, I'm gonna have a sweeter style sandwich. Something sweet would be perfect in this sweltering heat. As for the specific ingredients, peanut butter, cashew butter, honey, marshmallow fluff, chocolate, hazelnut spread. We're going with this one. I just want to see all the other ones. Okay. Oh, we can have apple slices? Yeah, why not? Apple slices, honey. And I feel like that's good. That's everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. I feel like that's most of the food groups. There's like what? Grain, fruit, fat. I'm just missing like a protein. And a dairy, but we can wash it down with milk. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cole was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. Oh, did we go in the same direction, kind of? So he was making a peanut butter banana honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. I don't think anything of it. Like, it doesn't sound great to me because I don't like bananas and I don't like multigrain bread. But go off. If you like it, I love it, you know? It wasn't that surprising or interesting. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Kove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him at least. Done? Yeah. Cool. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils, then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Oh, we're eating upstairs? Okay. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and hummed happily. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. Now that you were enjoying yours too, you shrugged it was okay. You scrunched up your face to not turn out as expected. You know, I'm enjoying mine too. We're enjoying ours together. What the fuck? Sorry. I got a message in my group chat, and one of the people in the group chat changed their names, and it threw me off. It threw me off. Obviously, you were pro at making sandwiches. Obviously. You leaned back on his hands. He leaned back on his hands. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't even see this. Thank you for the work song. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. The way I have this set up, maybe I should make this a bit bigger, so that I can see everything. There we go. There we go. I can see things better. He leaned back in his... Yeah, okay, I read that already. Wanna do something? What do you want? What are you trying to do in this heat, Cove? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about tic-tac-toe? Girl, tic-tac... Go to sleep. This isn't a sleepover, but go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Let the heat take over you. You laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. Yeah, neither of you had much energy for something more taxing. You grudgingly humored it. You thought it was a nice idea. Sure. Why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Why is he so close? Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping half a slice of a sandwich in his left. I want to be X's, so you can go first. I think that's fair. I thought X's did go first. Good, because I wanted to go first. You prepare to note down your first move, the marker hovering over the paper. This is how you win. Strats. Strats. Oh. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smelled crookedly at that. Poor show. Playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? Was it Columbo? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily. His eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Was it Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well... You rested your chin on an open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. So it's not Special Victims Unit, we know that, because the only long blonde haired lady is a lawyer. She's a prosecutor. Same thing. Same thing, really. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway. What if it was Psych? No. I don't remember if there's any blonde ladies in that show. I wasn't expecting you to know what it was, Cove. Me neither, I just saw it. See. I'm gonna go here. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. Hey, I clean my floors. I'll have to charge you rent then. Yeah? How much? I didn't even need to see the rest of the options. $50. What? I can't afford that. Well, you've got to pay if you want to stick around. Exactly, Princeton. Tell him he can't stay. Cove shook his head at your terrible pun and went back to the game instead of answering further. Then he returned to the game. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, tic-tac-toe is such a weird name for a game. What does it even mean? Maybe they named it because people played it with ticks and tacks. But what about toes? No one's sure where the name came from. It's an old game. Really? Nobody knows? I mean, we can look it up. Not for sure. Not the wow. I'm gonna look this up. Tic-tac-toe origins. Tic-tac-toe origin. George Cooper wrote the words, and John Rogers Thomas wrote the music for a song. That's a song, not the... I don't know Americans call it... What other name is it called? AI overview says tic-tac-toe's origins can be traced to ancient games like Roman game Turni Lapilli and Egyptian board games from around 1300 BC. The game later became known as Noughts and Crosses. Oh, if you're British, I suppose. And the term tic-tac-toe emerged in the 20th century, possibly from the 16th century name tic-tac-toe. Why? Okay, but where's the toe coming from? Or 17th century backgammon game called tic-tac. Modern adaptations include its use in early computers and even a Tinkertoy computer at MIT. That wasn't helpful at all. Cove sounded impressed that you knew that piece of trivia. You sat up straighter and under the weight of his stare. What trivia did I know? I'm gonna go here. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Then don't. What do you want? I'll bring it to you. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. What? Why am I falsely suspecting him? But hey, what happened to you not being able to ever get up again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. Girl, I'm going. If you don't want anything, then that's okay. You don't have to get anything. You roll your eyes and drop the issue defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. What victory? No one won. Ooh, it's a tie. Were you out of it? I know I didn't try that hard. He smiled at you in an amused way. You somehow weren't surprised by that, despite Cove being the one who suggested the game in the first place. He started to yawn, and his hand coming up to cover his mouth, it quickly transitioned into a small laugh. You understood why. Yawning just as he said he was feeling disinterested was kind of a funny coincidence. You left along with Cove? Well, you should have taken the challenge more seriously. You're the one who wanted to play in the first place. Shake your head at him. You wanted to play in the first place, buddy. Cove just grinned and flopped into his back, leaving his marker on the floor beside him. On his back? Be careful of your head. You follow Cove's lead and lay down on your back, your hands resting on your stomach. The two of you stayed like that for a while, silent. There wasn't much else to say, and neither of you felt up to another game after that. Time passed. You even dozed off for a bit, despite the hot weather and uncomfortable hardwood floor underneath you. Exactly. But sometimes you need floor time. Sometimes you just gotta lay on the floor, you know? Like babies, they get it. They understand floor time. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove. With some minor complaint, you both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, rubbing the back of his neck. Thanks for letting me stay over. It's not that big a deal. Cove also looked at the window, noting the sun's descent. I should probably go home now. Bye. Bye. That's exactly how I would say it too. Bye. I don't know why I'm being so aggressive towards him. We're gonna be friends eventually. Then he simply walked out of your room and made his way downstairs. While you followed close behind, you needed to get out of your room anyway, so you could grab something to drink. Cove made it to the front door hall, then glanced over his shoulder at you. He waved. You waved back, watching as he opened the front door and left. You let out a small breath. You felt pretty good in the moment, looking back. It could have been a lot worse. Wow, that's interesting. So if you're not friends with Cove, they skip over a whole bunch of stuff. That's wild. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You know, it was hot the other day, and by the other day, I mean, like, Sunday. I forgot what we did. Was it Monday or Sunday? It was one of those days, okay? It was a few days ago. Or a couple. Whichever one. And it was like, no, it was Monday. It was Monday. I know it was Monday. I put on a long sleeve shirt because it was cold as fuck outside. And then when it turned to noon, it got so fucking hot. I was dying. It was sweltering. I don't like this weather right now. I need it to be consistently cool. I need it to be maximum 65 degrees. Minimum 50. Like, I need the fall weather to be fall weathering, and it's not fall weathering. It's not fall weathering. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky. Did I read this already? And you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat. Yeah, I did. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Is this the town show one? Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been a choice you both settled on. Because Lee is classy. She knows what she wants. She loves a picnic. I love a picnic too. I don't do them often, but I want to. I have a picnic basket. I have a tea set. Like, I don't use a tea set though. I want to use a tea set. I miss my tea set. It's in my room. But like, I don't have anyone to use it with. Plus, I don't like tea. And if I bring it over Gil's house, he's gonna complain. He's gonna be like, stop bringing stuff over here. But like, I love him, so I want to bring all my stuff over here. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. Oh, what was it? It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face.
Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You smelled at least enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing.
Oh, was she in it? And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she had put a lot of effort into it. We love to see it. We love to see it. You also like to sing, but you weren't very good. You like to sing and had talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you have been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that's what you find. You know what? I don't like to... Princeton doesn't like to sing, but he's great at everything he does. Whether that was true or not, there were some other things you preferred doing more. Exactly.
I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work.
Yes, let's do it. I don't know about that. That idea gave me fright. Sure, I'll give it a go. That's not a good idea. It'd be embarrassing. Sure, I'll give it a go. It wasn't something you had really thought about before, but if Lee wanted to do it, then you could at least give it a shot. Of course, we'll do anything for Lee. That's baby girl. That's bestie. That's our cousin. Ooh, not me hitting my desk. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet beyond happy that you were on board with her idea.
I'm gonna sing. What about you? I know singing isn't your thing.
I'll sing too. I'll dance. Can we twerk? For team. No. Okay. I'll write a song. I'll do some kind of stunt that goes to the music. I'll do a stunt. I'll pick the outfits. I'll do the makeup. I'll make a backdrop or some kind of... Oh, yes. Or we can write a song. I'll write the song. We never chose that option before.
Ooh, I hope it's something dramatic. No, how about fun? Fun is better.
What about both? Lee's face lit up at the idea. She gave you a broad smile.
That sounds perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head?
One more thing. I'll make the backdrop or some kind of stage.
Yes! That'd make it a real show.
I'll draw something, I'll paint something, I'll sew something. I'll paint something. You thought of your painting kit back home. You could definitely use that to make something for the show. You just hoped there'd be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for a backdrop.
Is there anything else that's coming to your head?
Girl, I'm not the whole stage production over here, okay? What are you gonna do besides singing? You need to help out too. That's it. That's all you're getting. I love you, but girls, don't be greedy. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You spread a large sheet of paper out in front of you and began imagining a backdrop of your scene for the show. Lee and you had discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun drooping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break.
Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing.
I'm glad he didn't see.
Oh? Why?
It's probably not something he'd like, and I don't want to hear if he thinks it isn't any good.
I don't think he would be mean.
You didn't answer her, but you never knew when it came to Cove. He could be pretty blunt at times.
It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him.
I don't really like him. Yeah, he's a good person.
I knew you'd think so. So exactly how much do you like him? Or maybe there's someone else that I haven't heard of yet?
Girl, not her trying to set me up with Derek. We did Derek last time, okay? This is Baxter's story now, who we have not met yet. Lee wriggled her eyebrows at you suggestively, and you knew exactly what she was implying. Lee, there's nobody I like that right now. I can't answer that. I have a crush, yeah. Lee, there's nobody I like that. Nobody I like that right now. Lee huffed in disappointment, pursing her lips together.
Darn, but you promised to tell me if that changes, right? I'll do it for you.
Girl, fine, I'll tell you.
It's a deal then. Speaking of crushes, there is one who I think is pretty cute.
Who? You lean back on your elbows and listen to Lee talk about her crush, all in great detail. Girl, as juicy, I want to hear. Who is it? I'm probably never going to meet them, but I still want to know. It was nice to hear her telling a little gossip for once, rather than always trying to get it out of you. Ooh, she's messy. She's messy. I love her. Finally, you decide to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. I need water. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. This food still isn't here yet? Chewie, what are you doing? Wow, die! Oh, Mom Winston almost immediately knew you joking was the wrong thing for this. And you knew almost immediately. Okay, wait. Ma winced, and almost immediately you knew joking was the wrong thing for this. You really hoped no one was actually dead. We're just having a talk with your sister. The room fell quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to keep trying to keep it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded in agreement with her. Give me a second. I'm going to blow my nose. Okay. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's not in agreement with her. Elizabeth was talking about her parents. Her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand why was this happening now. When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them gave birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at her parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from you either. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear it for yourself. Until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your moms shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here? No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen? Girl, what grade is she in? What grade is she in? Girl, are you taking civics and economics yet? Because if you are, that was a stupid fucking question. But if you're not, I forgive you. Girl, you are adopted into America. You are a naturalized citizen now, I think. Yeah. Can you become president? No. But you live here. You could run from other political government, though. If you were curious. If you wanted to know. You just can't be president. No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who are my parents, as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged.
Great! So I can never meet them even if I wanted to? Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive.
Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs and into her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Mom immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your mom's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth gone now, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still sitting awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you all had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Princeton, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. You know what? Yeah, let's be curious. I already know the story, but in case you haven't been here before. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk.
I can leave if you want to have things be private.
Thanks. Lee smiled in understanding before heading down the hall, going to wait in another room until it was over. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Mom was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the U.S. We're sorry to tell you, Princeton, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that on your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. Jazz, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate right now. We're sorry, Princeton. How are you doing today? What's happening? What's pop-a-lop? I'm gonna keep saying that because you guys hate it so much. What's pop-a-loppin'? Thank you for telling me. Okay, you said nothing. It's not your fault you didn't kill them. It's not your fault you didn't kill them, right? You were trying to lighten the mood, but your moms didn't seem any less grim. Princeton's jokes never land. Thank you for listening, Princeton. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Girl, I'm fine. What if I did start to cry? I feel fine. You spoke with a refreshed tone, as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. You went up to your room. You wanted to. Let's go see Elizabeth. You were worried about Elizabeth, even though she had been so angry when talking to your moms about everything. You could see she was clearly sad. You headed over to the stairs and up to her room. You decided to get Lee on your way there. You left Lee in the other room while you went to see Elizabeth. Let's go with just us. Brother-sister moment. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised a hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two, and when you jiggled the handle, you found it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder this time, thinking she must have her headphones on and so couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear to you that she either still couldn't hear or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurt to be shut out, especially right now. You know what, let's go up to my room. When safely behind your closed bedroom door, you let out a heavy breath before heading over to take a seat in your bed. You lay back on your bed and stared up at the ceiling, tracing the outlines of the old crack and lines up there with your eyes. Where is Lee? Did I just leave her? You had no idea what to do now, so you stayed where you were for a while, thinking everything through. Everyone had been so upset earlier, you didn't really know what you could do to help. Eventually the sun finished setting, casting long shadows on your bedroom walls until the outside was enveloped by the dark of night completely. All the things your moms had said raced through your mind, and you stayed still, trying to make sense of it all. A knock on the door made you look up, though before you could even move, it swung open and Elizabeth stood in your door frame. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do, or what she was planning on saying. When she stood right in front of you, she paused, her eyes drifting to the ground as she hesitated. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Moms tell you about your parents too? My parents are also dead. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Girl, it's fine. Why did you want to talk to me? I went to see you and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the news.
What?
I didn't hear anything. Shutting everyone out with loud music was very typical of your sister. You didn't feel much less confused, though. Why did you stop doing that, then? She shook her head, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. That was pretty crappy of you to just bail. No, I'm not going to do that to her. She's our sister. We love her. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You're quietly surprised by her admission. I'm amazed you noticed that was unkind. Don't do that. Hold on a second. There we go. There we go. And back to that. I'm not mad at you. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone, as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never gonna be president, but it just feels weird. Having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what it looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. Happiness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I feel like that too. You knew exactly how she felt. I don't really understand. You know what? I know how you feel, girlfriend. I know how you feel. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had on my mind for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally. There you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened didn't change how I feel about our family, Princeton. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Technically, one of them could have been related to you. Our moms can have kids, just not both together. True, but I'm not half white or native Hawaiian, so no, neither of them could have been my mom. You know what? You never know, though, girl. You just found out you were Filipino. Nice try, smart aleck. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
Always be my little brother.
Good. I'm glad I'll always be your little brother. You smiled softly at her. You jokingly groaned at the prospect. You bumped her back. You hugged her. Bump her back! You'll always be my family, too. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. We should probably head downstairs and make sure moms are okay. It's been a long day for everybody. You gave her a nod. Down we go. When you stepped into the living room, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Where is Lee? They both got to their feet when they noticed the arrival, and Ma gave you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. I'm sorry for walking away before. Everything's alright. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Really wonderful. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you. We really couldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You smiled at their comfort. You were glad your moms were alright. I'm glad they're alright. I love you too. You let them hug you for as long as they needed, and it was a nice moment shared between you. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other and you always would.
Hey, I hope you're alright.
Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face.
Are you okay, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side. I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her.
Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family?
That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally. I love the sound of that.
Why not? Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house, with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we could do our show. A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued. Listen, Lee came to perform. I'm gonna let her perform.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah? I need to see what you've cooked up. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement.
Take some seats and we'll get everything together.
Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. When they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You went through the song you had written one last time. The backdrop you had prepared earlier was ready to go now that it was needed. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. Now, what I want to know is, where did I get the material for a makeshift stage? Like, what am I using? Shoe boxes? Do we just have, like, planks of wood around? You felt nervous all of a sudden. You were pumped for the show. I'm pumped for the show, girl. Put it on. Put it on. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go.
Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good.
You stayed quiet. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here tonight. No refunds. You're gonna be really impressed. No refunds. Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee as that you were ready to begin. Am I like playing the piano or something? Because I just wrote this song for her. She has no music. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. It made you proud to have the lyrics you had written sung like this. The backdrop you had created gave a great atmosphere to work off of. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourselves up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Even Elizabeth was clapping. Even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo!
Good job.
You are so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant was kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Checking my email. Chewy, please, my dog is starving. He's not starving. He's not starving. Let me just tell you that right now. I have been feeding him, not dog food though. I've been giving, okay, I probably shouldn't be giving my dog corn tortillas. But that's all I have to give him right now. Because I can't give him chicken because of what I put on it. And I don't have any other chicken I can just give to him right now. There's like nothing in there he can eat. And I'm like, I feel like a corn tortilla is not going to kill him. So yeah, he's had like 4 corn tortillas today. Because I felt bad. Dinner. What is dinner? He's over here staring at me under my desk. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room. Your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. What do you want, Cove? We are not buddies. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. I'm trying to be buddies with him. Let me stop. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? What a weird invitation. The question came out strangely, almost like he rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. I can't. It was... Huh? Oh. It seemed that Cove still had more to say. And you just interrupted him. Oops. He stumbled for a bit, trying to recover from the instant rejection. Mom and Dad, they really want you to be here. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Can you come over, I mean? Yeah, I can come. No, I can't make it. I'm not gonna be mean. I'll have to ask my mom to get back to you. Why am I the only one invited? Or did you mean the whole family? The decision wouldn't be up to you if you wanted your entire family to attend. You'd have to ask your moms if they could make time in that case. Mom and Dad only mentioned you. The whole dinner thing is their idea. You press your lips, contemplating your answer. Alright, I'll go. Okay, I'll let them know when I can. That was so mean. I really want to know what happens if I just deny him. If it would just end like that. But I'm not going to do that. Prince's only a little bit mean. He's not fully mean yet. Was it just you, or did he sound almost comforted by your response? You had to be imagining it. Oh, he wants to be my friend so bad. He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made the small journey across the street. So we do live across the street. And whose house is this? Because sometimes they're like to the house next to you, and sometimes it's across the street. What is the truth? Do they have two houses? You knocked a couple of times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. It was exciting, you were apprehensive. The idea made you curious. You didn't think it'd be especially interesting. You couldn't say you were thrilled. This idea made you curious. I'm curious. Why do they want me here? You wondered why they decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you'd find out later tonight. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Hey, Princeton! Welcome! Please, come on in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it's kind of last second. Thank you for having me. Of course! Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, Princeton. Welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. What's he making? Hope you're hungry, because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. Rev up those fryers. That's how I felt. That's how that feels right there. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. Oh wait, is he making fajitas? You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holt, you know what? I haven't had a fajita. Never mind. I was gonna be like, we should have fajitas. Nope. Gil does not eat Mexican food. I have a big ass bag of of tortillas. I don't know why I got a big ass bag of corn tortilla, but I got it because I wanted to make quesadillas. But I'm the only one who eats quesadillas. I like Mexican food, kinda, sorta. I don't like tacos. Me and tacos don't agree with each other, but make me a fajita, make me a quesadilla. I love quesadillas. Quesadillas best food, so tasty. Anyway, back to this. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. Well, I've been barred from cooking the entire time staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden stopped. Dog, we're gonna fight. Where are you? He's still staring at me. He moves spots to stare at me. Good thing I can't see you because the monitor's blocking you. She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly and spoke from over his shoulder. Above his shoulder? No, over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef. Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more. Sorry about that, Princeton. Here I was, trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kara leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay, he likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, we'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? You didn't reply to her question, no. They're okay. To her credit, Kyra wasn't too fazed by your lackluster response. Let's see if we can turn that okay to great by tonight, huh? She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. Oh, okay. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few minutes later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. You made it! Welcome to my house! Cove attempted a polite smile, but it was strained and disappeared quickly. Though the two of you weren't close, you could tell he felt uncomfortable by the entire situation. You'd known him long enough to realize that. Hey, Cove. You left it at that. You didn't think he would appreciate you asking him about it, especially not in front of his parents. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Okay, he's drinking water. I was like, what is that noise? Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. Before you can make his escape, Kyra spoke up. Princeton, why don't you go with Cove? I'm sure you'd rather spend time with him. Cove's lips thinned. Clearly annoyed at his mom inviting you to his room, you assumed he would protest, but... Come on. Oh? The words were quiet, though they were definitely directed at you. You suppose that he'd rather hang out with just you than spend time with his parents right now. Go on, Princeton. You don't have to stay out here doing nothing. Well, it looked like you didn't have much of a choice, so you nodded an affirmative. So you nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready to go. Sorry. I'm trying to do voices. You guys know I'm not that good at them, but I'm gonna do them anyway, cause I can. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. This is the first time you're invited to see Cove's room. Cove got to the door first, opening and stepping inside. Like, why would I ever be in this man's room? We're not friends. Why would he invite me? There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. Oh, bars. As you stepped over the threshold to his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. Ew. You glanced down. Sand was clustered around the entrance. You even spotted smaller amounts of it dusting the rest of the room's floor. Though you hadn't anticipated it, you weren't surprised at the sight. Of course, Beach Boy Cove Holden would get his room all sandy. So, this is my room. Cove was a bit shy as he said so, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, using one hand and vaguely gesturing to the space with the other. There's stuff you can sit on if you want. You looked over at the desk chair as an option. You turned back. Cove was already sitting on the edge of his large bed. Are you trying to make your own beach with all this sand? No. But it'd be cool if I could, though. You couldn't help recalling a long time ago, Cove explaining his childhood dream home would be something located right on the shore of a beach. Isn't he on the shore of the beach? Maybe that idle thought still held an appeal for him. It made you smile to think about it. You didn't sit anywhere. I'm gonna sit down on the chair. There was a desk chair in the room for a reason, after all. You walked over and rolled it out, taking a seat on it. It was stiff against your butt and creaked each time you shifted. He definitely used his bed space more often than this. Well, too late to complain now. You just had to deal with it. With the silence growing, your gaze began to drift. You stared at the bright fish swimming in the tank. There were a bunch of them floating to and fro and in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
Yes.
My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. I feel like he needs a bigger tank. That's just me. Fish need a bigger space than the little space you got from there. Especially for that one fish right there. That one big one. It needs a lot more space than this. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. I don't believe that. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. He lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish and I'm not good at coming up with names. You found that funny. Who knew that it was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. Oh, life! He pointed to a small orangish red fish. He was minding his own business, away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and the other one's Mark. Mark. Mom came up with that one. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish? Yeah, it's nice. Can I name a fish? You almost expected him to turn you down. Maybe he only let those close to him, like his parents named them. He shrugged and said, uncaring. Sure. There's a few who don't have names right now. This man does not care for me. The newer ones. You can pick which you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first one was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with, the biggest fish. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting until you decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. I'm gonna type in my own answer. Bubble? No. Not Bubble. We're gonna name you Rainbow. Alright. It's Rainbow. With that, his attention moved, because we're gay. No, okay. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. He smiled profoundly at Rainbow as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing then reappearing soon after. You know, no one have pets in my house. Not even fish. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. Right? My mom used to be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have a pet? It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older they'll let you. I don't know, they seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food and then ran back upstairs straight after. It was kind of weird. My mom didn't think much of it at first though. But then at night, Mom went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyebrows rose at that and he leaned forward in interest. How did she hide? That's the real question. How did she hide a big ass lizard? A lizard? Where'd that come from? Great question, Cove. Yeah. Oh god, words. Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. And she pulled it out and got the answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Mom were not happy. They worried about putting it out during night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave serious thought to this statement before you told him. It's fun, there are ups and downs. You're lucky to be an only child. It's a nice idea in general, but my sister is Elizabeth. That's so mean. I don't know how to explain what it's like. There are ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family is cool. That's interesting that you think my family's cool. You didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you consider your relationship with your moms too. They're absolutely the best. You got along with your moms. You thought your moms were okay. You found your moms would be difficult to deal with. You know what? I get along. You had disagreements with them, but at the end of the day, you loved them and they loved you. That was what really mattered. A thought struck you, and your attention suddenly settled back on Cove. Yeah, my moms might not let Elizabeth and me have pets and stuff, but at least they never tried to pay someone to be my friend. Don't be fucking rude. That came out of nowhere. That was unprovoked. That was not even me. You grinned over at Cove. It had been years since he found out about your first meeting with his dad. It was easy to joke about these days. Cove tossed his head back in an overly dramatic way, sighing heavily. I almost forgot about that. Really? No, not really. I'll never be able to forget that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's gonna humiliate me forever. I'm really sorry about what happened, Cove. Then I'm sorry since I'm gonna bring it up forever. Yeah, I get why that'd be embarrassing. You laughed, you stayed quiet. Then I'm sorry, so I'm gonna keep bringing it up forever. Deep frown appeared on his lips and his eyes narrowed. I don't need you to remind me. Okay, maybe you took your teasing too far. It was clearly still a sore spot for him. Two of you lapsed into uneasy silence. Time seemed to pass at a crawl. The two of you spent most of it without speaking a word. Cole flipped through the pages of a book he wasn't actually reading, while you tried to entertain yourself by looking around his room. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your hands in unison. I have a feeling that me and Cove are just not going to be friends. I want us to be friends, but the level I set things at, I might just keep us as, like, associates. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Aww. You are? It doesn't really seem like it. You were just being honest. He hadn't acted that differently towards you since you'd been here. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be as good as a time as any to ask why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Yeah, I'm gonna ask. Is there a reason they wanted me over tonight? Cove didn't say anything at first. You thought he wouldn't answer at all, only for him to speak up. It's been awkward here. Sometimes it is when just the three of us are together. That's probably why. You waited for more, but this time he didn't talk further. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you can imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Oh, this is so sad. Clearly the two of you made your way back to the living room. I'm gonna try to be nicer to Cove. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table. Beside the windows overlooking the back of the house, food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. What you make? I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. Aw, that's so sweet. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Princeton, and on such short notice, too. I really want to know what would happen if I, really declined. You thanked Cove's parents back for inviting you. You didn't say anything. You felt awkward about the situation. You know what? Let's be nice. Thanks for having me over.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. You're very happy about these options. You can work with. I can work with this. You didn't mind Mexican food. Mom loved it, so you ate it as a family often, and in a way, it made your first dinner at the Holden's house feel a bit more normal. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Verde. Of course. Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous? Of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kyra. Not them flirting in our face. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You joined right in without a thought. I didn't know you could cook.
Huh?
You didn't? Who do you think has been feeding me and Cove all this time? I don't know, maybe you guys get takeout and stuff. You could afford it, I think. Mr. Holden sputtered, acting grossly offended, but he was grinning good-naturedly. Takeout? If we ate that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we wouldn't have made it this long. Well, depending on what you get as takeout, I believe you could have made it. Co's mom leaned towards you, her eyes twinkling merrily. I know it seems like Cliff is a big goof, but he's got some skills. Hey now, that sounds like a compliment that sounds less like a compliment, more like an insult. If that's how you want to take it, I can't stop you, can I? Such disrespect, and in my own home. Sorry, my friend. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, Sport. Glad you think so. Co smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled, Co's parents started talking again. Now then. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you. How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You keeping busy in the summer? Or maybe you're trying to take it easy during the break? What? You felt overwhelmed by the sudden rush of questions. I do feel overwhelmed. You were blindsided by them, your mind blank. Then again, this was Mr. Holden. Maybe you should have expected this. We answered how things were at my house. It's been good, is what you said, but you didn't mean it. It's alright. Though, it's not too bad. Tell them about how your moms are doing. Moms are fine. Just kind of busy with work and stuff. That's nice. The doing fine part, not the busy with work, obviously. And that's all you need to fucking know, Mr. Holden. Can someone say info overboard? Princeton can't keep up with everything you're throwing out. Mr. Holden winced at the gentle reprimand, as if just realizing how rapid fire his questions had been. Oops. Sorry about that, Princeton. Guess it was a lot to take in at once, huh? Did you know, Cliff? Princeton is really into learning new things. Girl, mind your business. You didn't need to share my secrets out like that. You're not my mom. Mr. Holden's face, even mom shouldn't be sharing stuff out anyway. Mr. Holden's face lit up and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table. Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things just for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. He's gonna whittle? Look, are you gonna use like real big wood, or are you gonna get like a block and you're gonna whittle it? I've always wanted to learn how to whittle. But I am bad at art, unfortunately for myself. I'm trying to get better. I've been working on it. I drew a teddy bear today, by the way. It's not a good one, but it's there. You can't tell how serious he was being about that declaration. Thanks. Co's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted not for the first time that Co's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. You know what, I'll bring up my own topic of conversation. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more? Yeah. Absolutely. They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. You know what I would prefer over Mexican? Chinese. I love Chinese food. It's so good. Sometimes it's mid though. Depending on where you go, it's super mid or bad. But most of the time, I love me a good Chinese food. Do you think you'll buy me Chinese food if I ask? No, because we have food at home. We have food at home. I don't want the food at home. I want Chinese food. Kyra set down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty. That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate way too much. You ate till you were satisfied. I ate till I'm satisfied. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you cleared your plate. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Princeton. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner. What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Princeton has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited him over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Princeton's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Reichel family to host my kid? Kyra shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well, however, Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over at their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips. Girl, what's up? What are you about to do? This is going to be good. You were excited, you were nervous, you were bored, you were kind of annoyed. You enjoyed her enthusiasm. Cole's mom was funny, upbeat, and easygoing. You leaned closer to watch her expertly shuffle the cards. I cannot shuffle cards to save my life. I try so hard, but I'm really bad at it. This one guy tried to teach me, and he made it look so easy. He was like, it took him like 2 years to learn how to shuffle the cards right. And I'm like, I've been trying to shuffle cards for years now, and I still can't do it. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things up enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, following closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyra nonchalantly split the cards into two and rifled the halves together. Well, is that riffled? I think that's riffled. It could be rifled. I'm not looking it up. While offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You guys use real money, even when you're only playing cards with each other? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three shot looks at one another and sized each other up. Yeah. That's right, $5 per round per person, winner takes all. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Princeton to the curb, or do you intend on donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease. If Princeton wants to play, I'll fund his way in. Don't you worry about that. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. You appreciate the offer. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. He felt awkward with the situation. His surety in this was pretty appealing. You ignored it. I appreciate the offer. Thanks, Mr. Holden. His tone and stance instantly became more familiarly friendly when he started directing his words towards you. No problem, you can count on me. Well, we got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kyra softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of go fish tonight. No biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? I'm in. Definitely, I want to play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded that firmly back. I'm really good at Go Fish. I used to play Go Fish with my grandma all the time. I'm not even joking. I remember sitting on the floor and we would play Goldfish together, and then when we got bored of that, we'd play Old Maid. Those are the only card games I know how to play, really. I didn't learn spades. I didn't learn poker. I know Go Fish and Old Maid. You usually won when you play it with your own family, to the point Elizabeth refused to play that game with you anymore. Fantastic! We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. Lolito, welcome! Yeah, I'm back. Officially. We're just playing Our Life, Beginnings and Always right now. How am I feeling? I have severe allergies, so I'm trying to survive. But besides that, we here. Missed me? I missed you guys too. It feels so nice to be back. I'm nervous. Like, every time I go away for a bit and then I come back, I'm like, I'm nervous. But you guys make it better. Like, having you guys here and just chatting with me and lurking, it feels nice. It's like, okay, little community, I love it. What have you been up to? With a laugh, Kyra nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. I love sharks. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kyra's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You're also here for me. You're important. Oh, thank you. You're important too. All of you guys are important. Everybody's important. In their own special way. I need to stand up. I'm gonna stretch. I know no one told me to stretch, but I need to stretch. Cause I don't know if you can hear, but I'm shifting in my chair. Oh, my hip bone cracked. Okay. Had to stretch a little bit. You could feel the tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Mr. Holden dropped an extra one for you, giving you a grin after he did. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You would try to be support me and my puppy. Where is he? He's here. Actually, let me check my email. It's been 30 minutes. Chewy. Update. My dog needs his food. Bro. Let me tell you this. Okay. So it says it's out for delivery. It's been out for delivery since 7:15 this morning. It is 1:33 right now. And the place that it's delivering from is 4 miles away. How many people are getting Chewy packages? That's what I want to know. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing a second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. You better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Girl, that's me. That's how I play games. Sorry for interrupting you. What game are you streaming? Oh no, it's completely okay. Oh, I need to turn this off. I still do need money for my vet bills, but I need to turn that off. I will do that later. We're playing Our Life Beginnings and Always. We're in the adolescent stage right now, and then next will be the teen stage. I'm trying to get to the Baxter part, because we're doing Baxter's DLC. If I have this DLC, I should have this DLC. If I don't, I'm gonna get the DLC, because I said we're playing his DLC. Kyra acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, he even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games to your delight. You had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Prince's way in now, huh? I just might be, at this rate. He's gonna bleed me dry. Nobody likes a sore loser, Mr. Holden. He sputtered, having no response to that. Kyra giggled and so did Cove. I mean, I'm giggling because that show's funny. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family's pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. Road trip. Should we do road trip? What time is it? Oh, we've only been streaming for an hour and 40 minutes. Yeah, we've got time. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightning by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today it was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. He glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could. Your family joining them probably added to the muddled emotions. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be smug. That's that snug, not smug. Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with the cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Oh, look at Ma. She's so cute. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. I'm gonna need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. Is this a story game? Yes. It is a visual novel / dating sim, because you have the option to date Cove, Derek, and Baxter, but you need the DLCs to date Derek and Baxter. But yes, this is a visual novel. It is a story game. You could relate to Ma. It was way too early. Personally, you were as raring to go as Mom. You felt like you were in middle ground between the two. You just tried to keep up and took in some deep breaths. The air was still a little damp from dew, but you didn't mind it. I love that. Do you have a favorite smell? I have a few favorite smells, but I love the smell of rain, like before it just starts to rain, like that smell, like the air gets. I love that smell. I love the dewy smell of like morning dew, like when you like go outside and the grass is wet. Love that smell. Also, I love the smell of hand sanitizer. Why? I don't know, but it fills me with joy. And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling of critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Princeton is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. That was not Ma's voice, but that's okay. My throat feels a little dry. Let's take a drink. Shots. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Excuse me. Your moms were sharing the bed, Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. You were fine with this arrangement? You were excited to sleep in the loft? You felt sharing a bed with your parents is gonna be awkward. I feel like that would be awkward. As a teenage boy, that's just gotta be awkward. You were looking forward to a sleepover with your moms. You weren't happy either, but didn't want to make a fuss. That was unfair that Cove had to sleep on the floor. I mean, that is a bit unfair. It is a bit unfair, but you know what? We're not friends with him. you weren't a kid anymore and you were gonna have to sleep next to your mom's, they assured you they'd try to give you space for one night from the one night you had to share, but you were still not pleased. You like the smell of warm bread coming from the oven and watermelon, like real watermelon or artificial watermelon, because I love the smell of artificial watermelon. If watermelon smelled and tasted like artificial watermelon, I think I would like watermelon. Like actual watermelon. Also, freshly baked bread is such a good smell too. The taste that you have, Lolita, the taste, immaculate. Alright, you lot. Does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you, Princeton? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? You were confident you had it all, you weren't sure about that. Oh, you had to run back inside for something. You just gave her a flat look. You weren't 8 years old anymore, you were 13 and more than capable of remembering what to bring on a trip. I'm still incapable of bringing stuff on trips. Because every time I leave Gil's house to go to my house, I'm always forgetting something. I always forget something. I'm never not forgetting. Yes, those are a double negative there, but I'm always forgetting something. And I don't come back unless it's important. Because sometimes I'll like leave a medication here and I'm like, damn, I knew I forgot something. C'est la vie, that is life. You weren't 8 years old anymore. Yeah, okay, read that. Alright, I like to fuss. Ma laughed softly and ruffled your hair before she walked off. With a few minutes to spare, With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and a blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You'll also have more personal things such as, I brought my Game Boy. A portable gaming console. The drive to the Redwood... Hold on, is that the only thing I could pick? National Redwood Park would take an entire day one way, so you want to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. Okay, pencils and paper, favorite stuffed animal, a few things to read, a ball, your camera, MP3 player with headphones, a bag of makeup, and my MP3 player. With so much time going to be spent driving in a car, you want to make sure you'd be able to have some music to put on. Pencils and paper, got prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, and if you had to write anything down, or if you needed to pass time just doodling. My favorite stuffed animal, because why would I not go anywhere? Like, why would I not go with my stuffed animal? They need to be included too. Without fail, it always made you feel more comfortable whenever you went somewhere new. It was like taking a little piece of home away with you. And a couple of things to read. You have packed one of your favorite or old favorites and a new one you'd never tried before. You knew you'd have plenty of time for both of them on such a long drive. And that was everything. Hey, let me take that for you, Princeton. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left. It'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Chloe seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. What a weird family. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Hold on. I'm gonna text my boyfriend. I have a craving for karaage. I need to tell him that because I'm hungry. I should take a little break to eat, but I'm not going to. We're here. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. I mean, maybe I will take a break when Jax's food gets here, if it gets here. Usually, she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her. But it was a nice surprise. You suppose any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Could not be mean. Take my time. I appreciate you saying that. I'm just waiting for his food to get here because that's when I'm going to go on break. But I don't know if it's going to go on break before, the 4 hours are up that I'm going to be streaming today. You would have thought, okay. I don't know if I could do that though. 6 people, and like half of them aren't my family. No, could not be me. Actually, no, that was me. I was me because I went to Alabama for my friend's dad's birthday when I was like 18, 19, and we drove there, and I spent the whole like few days with her entire family. It was very nerve-wracking, honestly. Don't forget to hydrate. Okay, I will not forget to hydrate. Like I said, I've been fighting. I don't think this is a cold. I think it's just allergies. Because I take the allergy medication and it works a bit, but sometimes maybe I need something stronger. Like I got prescription allergy medication, and I don't even know if it's doing what it needs to do. Cove have been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, it seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. Girl, I would be too. Cove. You were excited for the trip too. You weren't very excited for the trip. You were eager to get to the destination. You were curious about the RV. You didn't feel much either way about the plans. I'm curious about the RV. You'd never stayed overnight in one before and wanted to know what it'd be like. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kyra were all huddled at the front trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now. Time slipped by as the morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out from the driver's seat and Mom took over. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial of the controls as it was her first time driving anything this large. Could not be me. I think about like me moving someday and then like having to drive a U-Haul or another moving van. That scares me. The idea of doing that scares me to death. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. Gil's done it before though, and my mom has too. But I don't know if I could do it. Like, I'm terrified. I feel like I would hit someone. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. What did I just read? I read something. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was at home, and Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair. Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did I pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth, why is this whole family rude as fuck? Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach as she tossed a couple in her mouth, right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly. Lucky for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. You stayed quiet, shook your head at the ribbing. Phew, that's relief. Just enough time for me to write up my last will and testament. You shouldn't gang up on the poor guy. It's not his driving I'm worried about. Let's not forget how many times Mom has put a dent in our car. Damn, call her out. It was only twice, and neither of those times were my fault. Thank you very much. I'm Mom in this situation. Hold on, sorry. I'm looking at messages. I know, I get distracted so easily. Mom then shouted back at her back in the seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s? It must be older than some of the occupants. Well, the early 90s? Yeah, I wasn't born in the early 90s. I was born in the late 90s. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose and thought. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your blue hair. You tilted your chin up carefully to look. You heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She is so rude. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. Okay. I'll take a handful. I'll have some chips. What kind of chips she got? She got hot chip? Because I love hot chip. Reaching up, well, I don't like all hot chips. I'm not a fan of Takis like that. Hot Cheetos, though? I would love a hot Cheeto. I should have asked Gil to get me hot Cheetos yesterday when he asked me if I wanted anything else from CVS. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips after the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily and munchies! Oh my gosh, munchies! Don't even get me started on munchies. I want a munchie. They brought back munchies, by the way, the hot ones. I'm so happy about that. I would love some munchies right now. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on and you got closer and closer to your destination. Should I go to CVS? Should I go to CVS and get some munchies? The day flew by with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. There we go. Words. You had all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done so while Kyra was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to the portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You follow your moms back into the back room and close the door behind you before crawling onto the bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. No, it's not. Don't lie. Because I have a queen-size bed, Gil has a queen-size bed. And if Jax is in the bed with us, there's no room. Because this man likes to stretch out. He's not even Look at this. You can't even see him. I can see him, though. He looked like he was about to go to sleep. And then he started licking. But yeah, it's not enough room. It's not enough room. Get a good rest, Princeton. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Get a good rest, Princeton. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer until your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. While your moms whispered about the park and the forest in general, with the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning you were up bright and early preparing for the day ahead. I slept terribly. There had been enough room for you to spread out or readjust your position. The mattress was uncomfortable and it became hot with two other people next to you. Mom whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. We love a firm mattress over here. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double checking, and triple checking that you had everything to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. I was not prepared for that suit. I'm sorry. It was really bright, and I'm like, oh, wow. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person. Smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get it shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Mom some information she had read about the park in the brochure. Mom listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. You were in all the redwood trees, you were fascinated by the sensations surrounding you. You were in a good mood. You weren't impressed with the others, you were embarrassed that the adults were being so touristy. I'm in a good mood. The air was fresh and clean, and it was nice to be outdoors with the people you loved most. You were certain that this was only the beginning of what would be a great day. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell her expression she was going to say something taunting. I can't believe our families are going to be on vacation together, or actually on vacation together, not going to be. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice, deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You suppose he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glistening with mischief as she leered at you. Maybe one day we will be related, legally anyway. Are you gonna marry Cove? Because I'm not. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. I don't know why me and Princeton always get paired up for those kinds of jokes. There's no law saying you have to marry someone your own age. Thank you, Cove. Thank you, because you married, Princess. You are married to Princess, not Kingsley, not Princeton. Anybody could say me and you are the ones who will get married someday. Me? In your dreams? You tried to cut it out already. Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you, Cove. You ignored Elizabeth. You were embarrassed. I'll marry Cove on the same day Charlotte's mom marries Cove's dad. Oh, great. Then I'll have an excuse not to be at your wedding. Why is she such a hater? My God, sis, calm down. She walked ahead, obviously not getting the response she was looking for, and you and Cove swapped amused looks. It looks like he has an antler just poking out of the side of his head because of this tree right here. It was a bit mean to bring up her old friend in that context, but she was asking for it. She was asking for it. You casually wondered where Shiloh might be now. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. We stay eating sandwiches in here. Various birds flew by overhead. You made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. That sounds not like something Preston would do. He doesn't know shit about birds. I don't know shit about birds either. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. You were glad you got to do this in the end. You were disappointed to only have one day in the park. You thought the long trip wasn't worth only one day a year. You had more fun you had more fun hanging out in the RV. You hadn't had a good time with this trip. I don't think this trip was worth one day, because if I can't go kayaking or rock climbing, what's the point? What's the point of the trip? What you saw today was only a fraction of what the park offered, and you wondered why Cole's parents hadn't planned a longer trip. You sighed quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. The group made it back to the camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner. Then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have the space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were in the main lounge area. You know what? Let's hang out with Cove. Well, let's take a load off. We got some time. Why is he so close? He took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. There was an uncomfortable silence for a few minutes, until you asked Cove if he had seen any wildlife during the walk. He talked about a doe and a fawn he had spotted between the trees. Aw, cute. Two of you made light conversation for a while, and it wasn't so bad. You got to share your experiences from the day with him too, and he seemed to be happy to hear them. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye as the group hunkered down for the night. You wanted a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but we would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room. Our life, yeah! Welcome in, Spirit Quartz. We're playing Our Life again for the third time. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up the loft. How are you doing? What's up? What's good? Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. I would love to ride an RV someday. You're still in your first playthrough? How are you liking it so far? We're playing beginnings and always. You're doing good, been trying to cheer up a friend having a hard time. Aw, I'm sorry your friend's having a hard time. I hope they feel better soon, or things get better in their life. How far are you? Do you have like the DLC in this game? Because they're making Our Life Now and Forever, I think, also. And it's gonna come out sometime soon. Yeah, you do? Okay, good. Because we're doing Baxter's DLC soon, once we finish all of this. By all of this, I mean like the main story, and then part of Cove's DLC just to get Baxter, just to talk to him for the first time. Sorry, spoilers. Sorry, spoilers. And then we're gonna do the adolescence, not the adolescence, the teen one, because that's where Baxter really shows up. You got the game last year, but you're taking your time. I actually really do enjoy this game. I'm kind of being a jerk this playthrough. So we're not really friends with Cove. We're like associates. Still in step 3. Okay, so you've gotten a decent way through. Okay, good. We're on step 2 right now, I think. And I think we'll make it to step 3 in this stream, and if not, then step 3 will be the next Our Life stream, which will probably be, let me check my calendar. Let's see, stream day. I literally have my planner out here. It'll probably be the 7th the next time we play. Why did I close it? Oh well. It's closed. But you're enjoying it so far? Who's your favorite? Well, I haven't done Baxter's DLC, but I love Baxter already. Also, Cove's was so sweet, and so was Derek's. You enjoyed this mini adventure. You thought the trip had been okay. You felt the trip was a waste of time. You had a good time. You know what? I enjoyed this mini adventure. Cove. I love Coves. Cove is so sweet. When you're not being rude to him, your friend is obsessed with Baxter. As your friend should be. As your friend should be. I love Baxter. He's so like funny to me. His voice actor is really sweet too. His voice actor came into stream once. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You poked your head out from the loft and blinked through the dark. Cove's parents were indeed out. Cove looked to be staring at the ceiling. You slipped back into the loft fully before getting caught. You went back to trying to sleep. You then decided to have fun quietly. I'll have fun quietly. She's begging you to do his playthrough when she finished doing Cove's. You should do it for her. You buried yourself under the blanket and pulled out your game console as silently as possible. While hiding away in your own little spot, you spent your not sure how long getting some extra time to enjoy yourself. But at the same point, your eyes grew heavy and you gently drifted off into this deep sleep. I found my 3DS and I don't remember where I put the charger because I was playing it earlier. I was playing Pokemon Rangers Guardian Signs, because I never beat that game. I beat the first Pokemon Rangers and I beat Shadows of Almia. And I have this game and I just never beat it. And I don't remember where I put my charger because my 3DS is on red. And I want to play it some more. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as you traveled the long journey home. Still blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to get a glimpse at what was happening. Cove was sitting with his mom on the couch, two of them talking quietly. He must have noticed you moving around up there because Cove's ocean blue eyes snapped to yours and he gave you a smile. Morning, Princeton. That's not what he sounds like. Morning, Princeton. Good morning, Cove. Soon your mom's and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped into your bed, shoes and all. You're happy to be in your own bed, yes. I am happy to be in my own bed. I didn't read anything else. I'm happy to be back in my own bed. You stretched out with a smile on your face, enjoying having the space all to yourself. With these last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. I'm gonna save. Where are we? We're here. Yes, save. Okay. I am actually gonna take a short break because I'm really hungry. So I'm gonna go on BRB. And then when I come back, we'll do the soiree and finish up Adolescence. Do 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 do. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for holding down the fort while I've been gone. Yes, you did hear Baxter and our life. That's what we're doing. We're gonna start the soiree DLC now. Jax's food still isn't here. I did go eat something though, so I do feel a bit better. You'd whiled away the morning doing whatever. Did this screen get bigger to you guys? I feel like it got bigger to me. Doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. What? Did I read that right? How would that feel wrong? Log. You were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. I did not read that wrong. Okay. It was while you were thinking of all the possibilities. Excuse me. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your moms approached you. Also, welcome in. I'm sorry if I did not say hello. Hi. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Hi, Princeton. You okay? Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat, on my plate. Because I'm eating lunch. That did not click. That did not click until now. I was thinking like metaphorical plate. Like you have like a lot of stuff on your plate. That's what I thought it meant. But no, it meant food. Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything. Great, we wanted to have a little chat with you. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. It was unsettling. Irritated at the interruption. I'm irritated, actually. Your owl's friend, she sent you here? Yay! We haven't gotten to the DLC yet, but we'll probably get there next stream. We might get there maybe a little bit this stream. Ooh. Nothing good came of a conversation that had to be announced ahead of time. You weren't sure you even wanted to know. Don't be like that. It's gonna be a good chat. We will see Baxter though. We will see him this DLC. Or we better, because we're doing Code's DLC just to see Baxter, because I remember in Derek's DLC during the soiree, I saw Baxter and I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know we could do that. Baxter's fun. Baxter is fun. I love Baxter. Don't be like that. It's gonna be a good chat. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your mom and I are going. The Cypress was a country club your moms were part of, and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with fancy names like soiree. Sighing, you drummed your fingers and waited for the grand reveal. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. Girl, don't touch me right now. I'm eating. Unless you want to lose a finger. You decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time. Do I not get a say in this? You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry, you've got to wait a couple more years. What's the soiree gonna be like? The usual, well, mostly. We wanted to make it a special night for you too, so we've got something a little extra planned. That was unexpected. Interested, you listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and turn coy when the conversation was about to get good. Since it's a pretty fancy party, there's still chaperone, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest. You thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date, if you want. Excuse me. Your eyes widened at the words as the words sunk in. Your moms took advantage of your uncharacteristic silence to continue filling you in on the event. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection. Yes, as long as you don't leave the party, and if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. How disappointing. You had expected something much better for how serious they made it sound. The soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Thank you. Goodness gracious. Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what had just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared at you from your plate. You felt you should finish eating. You lost your appetite. You were glad to go back to eating. You wolfed down the rest of your food, clearing your plate as you thought about how you like to spend tomorrow evening. Even though you relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. My plan is to see Baxter. I don't know if I need a date to see him or how that's going to go down. You knew that having someone come as a friend would be best. You wanted it to be a date. You didn't want to bring anyone. It was too soon to pick one way or another. I don't want to bring anyone. I want Baxter to know that I'm there for him. Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You lost count how many routes you've done for our life because you got 273 hours on it, but at least 98% are Baxter. I actually don't know how many routes I've done. Let me see something. I could look right now. Steam. Would it be library? I think so. I've got 85.7 hours. You're really out here for that love of Baxter. I love that for you. I love that for you, honestly. Now, if we were talking Sims, that'd be different. That's so funny. Have you been like... What am I trying to say? Have you done any like rude routes with Baxter? Just like forgetting him? You watch the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappear from sight. With the snap of the hypnotist's fingers. We love Baxter, okay? We love Baxter. Don't think I don't. But I just want to know what routes you have done. You were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to go take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs. Followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Though, yes, back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him there. He always was in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes met. It was best to leave him alone. You waved. And we'll wave. We'll be nice. It was a simple gesture that you didn't mind giving your longtime neighbor. Cove held your gaze, his mouth slowly curling into a smile. Aw. Emboldened, you slowly began to close the distance between the two of you, crossing the sandy beach. Don't do that. Don't get his hopes up, because he's not getting invited. Cove followed your lead, wading out of the water. This would be so cute if we were, like, together. He was still the only kid around your age who lived in this neighborhood. Cove was likely to be available to come to the soiree tomorrow evening, an advantage he held over everyone else you knew. You couldn't think of any other advantages he held. But that was the most critical right now, since you already decided against inviting Derek. It was Cove or no one at this point. After some awkward seconds of silence, the two of you were close enough to talk. You looked down at his ankles, which were the only part of him left underwater. Hi. Hey. Silences were rare when you were around. There were? You always sought to fill them and nearly always succeeded. Not this one. Approaching Cove like this was out of character for you. Worse, you knew that Cove knew it was weird for you to do this, and he was almost definitely wondering what on earth you wanted. I don't want anything from you. I'm just saying, hey. Being aware that he was already questioning your presence made the whole ordeal harder. But now you've gotten his attention, which meant that you would have to do something. There was one thing you knew. You couldn't think about having him be an official date. You could invite him as a guest. He wouldn't be your first choice, or hadn't been, until your other options had withered away. By the process of elimination, he was now at the top of your list of one. He's not on the list. I don't know what you're there's no list. He was looking expectantly at you, searching for the motivation behind your actions. Never mind. Oh, okay. Bye then. He gave a half-hearted chuckle and pointed his head at the sea. I'm gonna go swim. Sure. Cove waved at you as he made his way back down the beach. Sighing, you took that as your cue to leave. You crossed the threshold of your house as alone as you'd first set out. You considered the available options, limited as they were, and you hadn't felt right about any of them attending tomorrow's event with you. At the sound of the door opening, your mom popped her head into the hall. Hi, Princeton. How's it going? I was thinking about what you said and what you and Mom said about the soiree tomorrow. There isn't really anybody I'd want to take. Your mom seemed unfazed by your decision, nodding as you came to join her in the living room. You dropped into the sofa, comforted by the cushions that pressed into you. Oh, that's fine. There's gonna be plenty to do at the party anyways, so it'll be a good time for just the three of us. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I didn't. No, thank you. I don't want to hang out with you. No need to push yourself into going with anyone if you don't want to. Yeah, we'll have a great time. I don't know. This whole thing's a pain. It'll be relaxing with Elizabeth there for once, complaining about everything. You've actually done a rude route with Monsieur Ward twice. The first time in step 4 and recently because you wanted to see if you could leave the restaurant. You couldn't, so you went from strangers to lovers to strangers to friends to back to lovers. I love that. I love that. I don't know how you did that. I haven't played Baxter's route at all, so his route is like completely new, fresh to me. But I love that you did that. I'm gonna romance Baxter. I'm not trying to be mean to him this time. Yeah, hopefully she won't be so stressed over what we're wearing when she's not going to be seen with us. You pull a face, having been on the receiving end of more than one of Elizabeth's triades about tarnishing her reputation. Girl, shut up. Maybe I should test it. Does that mean she won't tell me if I'm wearing something stupid? Don't think this means that you can wear the awful necklace. Maybe I should test it. I'm thinking that digging the big flowery hat out of the old dress box would be the best way to check. Don't rile your sister up, especially not when we're going to be leaving the house in her hands right after. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, you idly thought about the upcoming soiree. You were pleased that you didn't have the pressure of taking someone else as a guest, leaving you free to relax and enjoy the evening with your moms. There would be more chances to take someone to one of those shindigs, whether as a guest or even a date. The country club threw parties often enough. For now, you're happy to be left to your own devices. You were definitely looking forward to the big night. The evening in the soiree had arrived. The daylight hours have slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. You know what? Let's do something formal. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because you do recommend doing sightseeing first, or close to first, because you can reference Baxter as your boyfriend in some other moments. Otherwise, he won't ask you out, though, if you sightseeing is last, as there won't be anything to do. Okay, thank you for that recommendation. Let me write that down, because I will forget. I will. What does this mean? Maybe I'm gonna keep this note here. I'm over here ripping off sticky notes off places. Seeing Baxter. My handwriting is terrible right now. Oh, thank you for the follow, Callie. I appreciate it. Now I'm at 260. You tended to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that really had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because it's okay. What's okay? Oh, me trying to write stuff down? Listen, my memory is terrible. My memory is god awful. You feel like you had to. You honestly like dressing up. You were dressing to impress. You ought to put the things you own to use. You want to make Ma happy. We like dressing up. There was something magical about the sheen of an elegant fabric and the cut of formal wear, something that transformed everyone into a more sophisticated version of their normal self. To start, you decided to wear. We're wearing a button-down shirt. Crisp shirts were a classic formal look for a reason. They were essentially foolproof. Can we wear a tuxedo? You paired your top with dress pants. You picked the pair that complemented the color of your top and nodded with satisfaction. It was a slick look. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. If I don't get to his DLC today, then I probably will get to it on October 7th. So if you want to like come back then, I'm not ending stream soon, by the way. I've got about like an hour and 30 minutes before I decide to end stream. But if we don't get to it today, we'll definitely get to it October 7th, because that's the next time I plan on streaming this game. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you'd got an opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your moms already awaiting in the living room. They were putting their finishing touches on their outfits, Mom strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe. Okay. And Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handed. Okay, stilettos. Okay, outfits. Yes. They look so cute. I love how Mom is like, she looks like she's going to like a wedding. And she looks like she's going to have a good time. I mean, it's not saying that you can't have a good time at a wedding, but this is giving, it's giving wedding and or your dead husband's funeral. That's what it's giving. And we love it. We love to see it. They looked up as you entered. Oh, Princeton, you look so nice. Don't you think, Pam? Thanks for dressing up, Princeton. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Thanks, Mom. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You won the hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom's eyes then flicked to the clock on the wall. It's about that time. We should say bye to Elizabeth before we head out. Who knows, she might not make it through the night and this will be our last chance. Mom shook her head at her wife's choice and jokes. Mom chuckled. Elizabeth! Moments after the call, you heard your sister's feet on the stairs. Elizabeth waltzed into the room, eyebrow arched. She'd been summoned but wouldn't be hurried. Me, honestly. You're still here? Well, I know you're excited, but we haven't even said goodbye. And I want to go over how things are going to play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listing the rules, ticking them off on her fingers. No ordering takeout or other deliveries. You can't have anyone else come over. Uh-huh. She nodded, resigned to her fate. Well, what is she supposed to eat for dinner if she can't have delivery? Listening to a set of rules she could predict without so much as a glance at a crystal ball. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Holdens. Keep the noise down, because the house might be empty, but there are people all around in the neighborhood. Usual house rules will apply. Don't do anything you wouldn't do if you were here. And we'll be back no later than 11:30 p.m. But we'll call if there are any issues, so don't tie up the phone line all night. Let's say light or night. I feel like I said night, but I feel like it came out as light. Right. All done? Can you go now? Ma shot over and swept Elizabeth in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise, her eyes widening, and suddenly looked much less like a smug teenager she acted. You're such a big girl now. I still can't believe it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. This wasn't the quick departure that she'd been hoping for. Any chance of ending it soon vanished as Mom joined in the hug. Neither can I. It feels like it was only yesterday that... Elizabeth groaned, trying to cut the reminiscing off without success. The laughter stayed well clear of the love pile. Elizabeth scowled at you over Ma's shoulder. Can you all just go? Jeez. The embrace finally ended as your moms unlinked their arms from your sister. Fine, we really do have to be going. Bye, sweetie. Ring if you need us. Goodbye. Mom bounced her finger on the tip of Elizabeth's nose. Elizabeth wrinkled it in disgust. Take care. We'll see you later. Yeah, bye. See you in a few hours. Take care, my dear sister. Are you sure you don't need Mom to go over the rules again? If you don't leave soon, then I won't be needing the rules at all. Now I can finally enjoy the private time I was promised. Wait, now can I finally enjoy the private time I was promised? Your mom's laughed at her insistence to get you all out of the door. It hurt that she wanted you gone so much, it was pretty funny. She tended to be the one who rubbed others the wrong way. It was entertaining having the tables turned on her. With another brief round of goodbyes, and Ooh, excuse me. And Elizabeth seconds away from literally pushing your group out of the house, the three of you bundled into the car and set off to the party. So, Princeton, how do you want to tackle the party? Someone has to stop you from getting in trouble. I'm a lone wolf. I don't know. Can I stay with you? I'll give you two some space. I don't want to spoil. I'm a lone wolf. A wolf, huh? You have been looking hairier. How dare you? How dare you? Is it a full moon tonight? That would be bad news. Not them. Very funny. Thanks. And noted. We'll stay out of your way while you're on the prowl. Not her. I love this game so much, honestly. This is such a comfort game right now. The ride continued on with some silence and moments of casual conversation. Almost there. Have you got your dancing shoes on? You look down at your feet. The shoes were as stiff as if you just picked them off the rack. You didn't have much cause to break them in. Yeah, I went for glass slippers tonight. Fair enough. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the actual events were being held. The place had been transformed through decoration with stark tablecloths and elegant ribbons, contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed. They didn't dance, they dressed. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And as promised, there was a table covered in plates of beautiful food. The space itself wasn't the only thing you recognized. There were a number of familiar faces who were also regulars here. You and your parents exchanged greetings and caught up with those you hadn't seen in a while. There was a lot of cooing compliments about how wonderful you looked, as there should be. As there should be. Before you knew it, the sun had tucked itself away for the night. Taking its place were hundreds of twinkling lights. The party was beginning in earnest, which meant you needed to figure out how you were going to make the most of it. You hung out with your parents, you got some snacks at the refreshment table, you mingled with other guests, you watched a band play, you searched for someone to dance with. You sat at one of the tables. Hydrate? Okay. Stretch? Okay. Hydrated? Stretching? Here we go. My back. I don't know if you can hear my body cracking. Okay. Hydrated and stretched. Thank you for those. I'm gonna search for someone to dance with. You toed the edge of the dance floor looking for someone who might be interested in joining you. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you glanced behind to find a boy with dark brown eyes standing there. It's him! I guess you estimated he was around your age, maybe a little older? Are you planning on dancing? I don't know what voice to give him right now. I'm really voiced out. I'm voiced out at the moment. I forgot what voice he even gave him. It should be dark and brooding, though. I know that. Actually, I was planning on robbing a bank. Looks like I got the address mixed up. Dancing might be okay, second choice. Smiling, the stranger nodded at your response. We should dance, then. It's perfect timing. A new song is just about to start. You were surprised at how easily he asked you. Oh, Callie, have you played Now and Forever? Because Baxter's in that one too. He's so cute. Who's this? This is Baxter. This is Baxter as a local teen. Well, he's not local actually. You were surprised at how easily he asked you. You were flattered. You felt comfortable. You have done Now and Forever? Okay, I didn't know if you did or not. Do you know when the game comes out? Because I don't know when it officially comes out. You feel uncomfortable? He put you off? No. I'm flattered. He simply continued to look over your face, even lifting his hand up for you to take. Ooh. You accepted. You were happy to dance with him. Thought you don't meet him until step 3. Let me go check in the PvP servers. Okay. You can meet him in step 2, but you need the DLC. You need either Co's DLC or Derek's DLC to meet Baxter. You took his hand in yours. The only acknowledgement he gave was a casual wisp of a smile. You suspected this was a routine for him as a handshake. Together, you walked out into the dance floor. The boy's stance shifted into a proper form for formal dancing, confirming your earlier suspicions. He clearly had lessons in this area, which explained his casual attitude about securing a dance. Excuse me. Now you're saying I told you to see him in step 2. The only reason I knew he was in step 2 was because I did it on accident when I was playing Derek's DLC, and I was like, oh, Baxter's here. Because I was like, who the fuck is this? A lot of country club parents put their kids in classes like that, whether as part of a last minute panic before a big event or a weekly extracurricular as soon as the kid could walk. You'd been to some classes yourself, you enjoyed it, you took dance classes regularly, you had a phase of going to classes, you learned but didn't like it. You've never taken classes, you took a class or two but never developed any skill. We're gonna need to be able to keep up with him. We took dance classes regularly. I had to play the game from the start or delete your other saves and keep coves. You think you haven't just went with Cove? Maybe, because when I did Cove's DLC before, I didn't even see Baxter. Because I had brought Cove with me and we just spent the whole time flirting. You could always just, like, go back. Excuse me. You could always just go back to one of the files, like, before you continued on the game. So that way you don't have to start over completely. If you don't want to. Like, if you do want to start over completely, that's up to you. That's up to you. I started over completely because that's what chat told me to do. From the way he confidently guided you into position, you would guess that he'd been one who was enrolled in dance classes for some time. Yet you have come to the country club quite a few times over the years, and you struggle to recall seeing him before. The first notes of a new song caught you off guard. You began to dance, your unknown partner taking the lead. You were aware that almost all the other dancing couples were men paired with women, which was not the case for you and this boy. You felt nervous about it, but you were at ease. We're gay and we're loud and proud about it. Do it. Can't confirm it's late 2026. Still need concrete, but if you ask me, you believe there's some longer moments in Now and Forever, but they look pretty good. All your files are step 3? No! No! I need to change my Streamlabs stuff because the pronouns are not correct anymore. I go by they, them. I'm so sorry. You will have to start over. You can probably skip through it though. Late 2026? Okay. That gives me time to save up for it then. This was a welcoming environment. Your two moms wouldn't be members otherwise. Not being the majority didn't mean there was a problem with it. You know, exactly. Our moms are lesbians. Well, Ma is bisexual. But Mom's a lesbian. The two of you moved to the music as you proved your own skill on the dance floor, completely keeping pace with the music and taking deft steps that matched his. The boy's eyes lit up. Gotta impress him. Do you get to take Baxter if you don't take anyone? If you go by yourself, then you get to see Baxter stuff. Actually, if you go with Derek too, I think you just have to like leave the party. If you go with a date, you leave the party and he'll be there. But this time, because I took no one, he just showed up. He just showed up. I was looking for the option to leave the party. Because, like, spoiler, if you care. If you don't care, then don't cover your ears. But if you care, I'm gonna tell you a little secret. If you leave the party in Derek's DLC, you get to meet Baxter that way. But you leave the party with Derek. You don't just leave Derek there. Your partner and you were quickly able to get to the groove together. You wonder what his motives for picking you were. For Cove's DLC though, I'm not sure. Are these your emotes? Because they're so cute. They're so cute. We're Shira's channel. Okay. I love these emotes. They're adorable. Has the decision been entirely random? It didn't really matter though. Log, please? What did I say? I wonder what his motives for picking you were. Oh. Had his decision been entirely random? They're not yours? Okay. They're cute though. Keep using them. I love to see it. No. Do what feels best for you. Ah, you're lurking? Okay. Thanks for the lurk. Though you were curious, short of asking him outright, there was no way you could tell. Style of dance that dictated by the music meant that you were spending a solid few minutes in very close proximity to someone you'd never met before. It was peculiar to think that you didn't know his name, but you were near enough to notice a small birthmark on his neck. You could just ask for his name, but he'd shown no inclination to talk once you'd begun dancing. While you were considering this, the song came to an end. Oh? Your hands released, and he politely took a step back. Thank you for dancing with me. You have nice legs. What the fuck? Thank you? That's so... I love him. Because what kind of compliment was that? That's something I always say to somebody. He breezed away before you could formulate a response to the unprompted compliment. It wasn't a feature you were accustomed to people commenting on, good or bad. He disappeared into the crowded dance floor just like that. It was a mystery if you'd seen him around the country club again, or if this was the first and last time he would saunter into your life. I'm gonna take a puff of my inhaler because I'm having difficulty breathing. Okay. I'm gonna do something else. I'm going with parents, get some snacks on the refreshment table. Yeah, get some snacks. You moved towards the refreshment table. The food was all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled by on the move attendees. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from, just from the level of care with which it was presented. It was clear that this was fancy stuff. The food confused you, grossed you out. You recognized the food and you didn't want it. While you didn't know what it all was, you happened to try it out. You knew what the food was, and that you were in for a treat. You know what? I'll try anything once. Not knowing what to expect was part of the fun. You sampled a few of the items laid out on the table. The unusual combinations of texture and taste made for a fun game of guessing what you like and what you wouldn't, with surprises in both directions. Some of the things that you were sure would be weird turned out to be the most delicious. I spent the rest of the evening snacking. The band announced that the next song would be their last, though the declaration lured a few more people to the dance floor. It was still clear that the party was winding down. The number of guests had dwindled steadily over the course of the evening. The refreshment table, once cramped with plates full of food, was host to sad platters of what little morsels remained. The nearing conclusion of the story prompted you to look around for your parents. Within moments, you spotted them heading towards you. Princeton, there you are! Good to see you again, kiddo. Your mom's had a lot to say about the evening and what you've been up to. I saw you cutting a rug on the dance floor, did you? Did you see me cutting a rug on the dance floor? Your mom said it in a joking tone and did a boogieing mime to accompany it. I'm sorry to inform you, but nobody says that, Mom. Mom just laughed at the reaction. Who was that guy you were dancing with earlier? I didn't recognize him. Can't tell you. That's top secret intel that he didn't give out freely.
That's fantastic.
Ooh, mysterious. He must have been a guest of a member, or he could have been visiting the area. The Cypress has other branches in different towns. It seemed the topic would be left there. It was unanimous that nobody knew anything. How was the food? Good. You don't get stuff like that every day. Very true. Alright then, let's get ready to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing. Mom swatted at your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one look at the party. You saw people making the most of this final song on the dance floor, as well as those exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. You had a good time. You didn't feel strongly about the event either way. Your life was over. I had a good time. In addition to the good memories you'd made, you felt a little more grown up as a result of attending the party. Turning away, you shelved the thought for another time as your moms led the way back to the car. You hurried to catch up to them, feeling childlike once more. And then summer ended. Am I sure? Yes. Ooh. I'm so sorry. I hit my mic like I was stretching a little bit. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. You were excited to go back. I'm excited to go back. Though summer had been fun, you had taken your fill, and now you were longing for fresh excitement. A new school year was full of potential. You got dressed, not envisage. I cannot say that word. Hold on. Is it envisaging?
We're about to find out. Envisage. Can you pronounce it for me? Like, girl.
Envisage.
Say it again.
Envisage.
Envisaging. Okay. Not envisaging the day before you, but contemplating what lay ahead of you tomorrow. I'm running the ad. And then life was sure to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school stretched out for the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a break in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your mom talked about their summer vacation as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You got distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pull it through and put your mind back to the present. The season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You're happy you'd finally gotten the chance to know her. You became extremely fond of her. You didn't really like her. Your mind wasn't made up on how you felt. You didn't care. I don't care either way. Like, we love her. We love Kyra, but Princeton does not care. She was just Cove's mom, and that was really it to you. You finished dressing and went downstairs, ready to find out what the day held for you. Laying on your belly, you were lounging on the couch in your living room. You gave your legs one last good stretch with your mom when your moms came over looking amused. Any chance you could make some room for us? Nope, sorry. They sat down on either side of you after you rearranged yourself, and in doing so, you noticed that Elizabeth was fuming from one of the seats at the dinner table. You weren't the only one that caught that. It shouldn't be much longer, Elizabeth. We just wanted to make sure that we were all here to say goodbye before Kyra leaves. Jeez. Princeton, could you pop on over to check how it's going, please? Sure, mother. With a plain nod, you left the house and made it across the street. Immediately, you noticed the front door to the Holden house was open, and you approached curiously, peeking inside. Cove noticed you right away and greeted you with a wave. You stepped fully in the doorway. Hey, did I miss your mom? No, she's still here. The way he is scratching. The doctor is like, give him Benadryl, because he has allergies. He doesn't have fleas. We checked many times. He's flealess, but his allergies are really bad, and I've been giving him Benadryl, and I feel like it's not doing anything, because he just stays itching. Talking about my dog, by the way. In case you're like, what are you saying? Cool. Mom sent me to check if she was still here so everyone could say bye. Cole smiled lightly at that and nodded. Mom already called a taxi. We were taking her bags out. Cove? Who are you talking to? Who else would he be talking to? Clifford. And just then Mr. Holden came to see the visitor. His expression brightened when Cove took a step to the side so that he could see you there. Always good to see you, Princeton, but why are you standing out there? Come on in. He gestured for you to come inside, and you did so, sliding in past Cove. Kyra popped out from another room after hearing the noise, and a big smile grew in her face. Hi, Princeton. So glad I get to see you today. Hello. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped She enveloped Cove into a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, she gave in and hugged her back tightly. I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride, and then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face concerned. She spoke her words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son. Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter. I feel like I should not be here for this conversation. Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin, but then Cliff smacked a hand to his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he was experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah. And it only took me until the very last moment to realize it. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief rather than the usual good-natured feelings. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I had gotten better at this. You have. Cole's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thoughts. Cliff's mouth pulled into a small smile.
It's okay.
It's been a long time since something like this happened. Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling behind into old habits just because things seem to be going good.
I'm trying.
It won't keep happening, I promise. I'll work on it. We all can work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. A small smile quickly spread across Cove's face, and he answered delicately. Okay. You felt relieved seeing how much the whole family had grown together since you first met them. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey, Princeton. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago, though thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy day. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In the short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling. But Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call you when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too? So I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. But Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped his arm across his back. Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to... I'll wave goodbye. Let's not be rude. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Ah, my auto ship was delivered. Okay, I'm going on BRB again. I need to go feed my dog. Okay, I'm back. The dog finally has his food. I'm so happy. Okay. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Did you at least have some really good days? Thinking about it in the moment, you nodded. Mom moved her arm so she could wrap you in a quick squeeze of a side hug. Those are the ones that matter most. If you want, we can start planning ideas for next year. Why does she look a little crazy right now? Alright. Cole walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly. Everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth. Well. Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. Hold on, I need to check if I have the DLC, actually. Library... DLC. I don't have his DLC. Oh wait, yeah I do. It says in the library. Okay, I was about to say. That would be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your moms exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay. I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke was just reminding him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Mom tried again to get things moving forward. Well, why don't you kids go have fun? You can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement. Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. You looked over at the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, it's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Mom raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off. I insist. Derek will be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expected him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Mom tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So, what now? You suddenly wondered if Elizabeth had stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up for no one else. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. If you guys really want to. You should across the road as a group, down the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to a street musician, who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I put a rabbit out of my hat? Please. Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. I read that all wrong, but that's okay. That's okay. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene.
Maybe?
Maybe there's a boss at the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows wherever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Will we be able to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What will we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet, I mean. I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something, you know, we know cool stuff. I'm pretty sure we can think about it. We can find a show that really get a crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea, want to be a part of it. You felt he could try this on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon the idea stat. You gave a look to the other two. You know what? Derek will support you. Oh yeah, we totally should. Woo! I knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. Listen, I'm all about supporting the homies. We're all about supporting the homies here. Ah, my water. With some amusement, the gang continued to pursue the stalls. Peruse, not pursue. Peruse. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked up a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. You want to side with Cove, you want to side with Derek, you agree with your sister? No, I'll show ya. Let's be contrary. The other three giggled at your interjection. Suddenly Cove froze. She stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When he saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Who is it? Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. What are we, noir detectives? It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. And what was a smile at him? He just looked dismissive. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Excuse me, sorry about that. Her gaze slipped over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't been nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. You mentioned that realization to everyone. You kept the thought to yourself. Keep it to yourself. You don't need to talk about it. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. You gave him a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. You couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you had interacted with Jeremy more? You were glad you wouldn't find out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. You thought he was horrible, you thought he was weird, you thought he was stupid, you thought he was kind of pitiful. He is pitiful. Jeremy is very pitiful. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the paws of his feet. Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. If we have to, I can't wait. Phew, I've had enough walking around. Homebound, here we go! Woohoo! Cole stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You nodded at him. Then you followed Elizabeth as she took it upon herself to lead the way home. She walked fast, much faster than Derek preferred. She kept gaining a lead, and then Derek would jog back up to the group. With Cole's long legs, he had no trouble keeping up. You love Jer Bear, he's fun, plus seeing him again in Step 3 is nice. I don't think I saw him in Step 3 when I did Derek's. But, you know, XOXO Droplets, they have the demo and the full game, and that one's based around Shiloh and Jeremy, and I'm gonna play the demo for that. I'm not buying the game, at least. I don't think I will, unless I like the demo. But I'm excited to play it. I don't remember when I said I would play it. Let me look. Let me look at my schedule. Because I wrote down the whole schedule. Is it this way? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Probably like the 20th or the 21st. We'll do XOXO Droplets. You got the full game? You are such a strong supporter of this franchise. I love that. That's me in Pokemon, honestly. You went to the front with Elizabeth. You walked side by side with Cove. You know what? Let's walk side by side with Cove. You kept close to your neighbor. You both chatted about things you'd seen at the shopping street, with Derek chiming in every so often. Brandon and Everett from XOXO are in Now and Forever from what I've seen. Oh, are they? Oh, that should be interesting. Wait, hold on. I don't think they've been introduced yet, have they, in the game? That's not all the guys either. I wonder who else. Do you think they're gonna make a third or a fourth game? Not like from XOXO, but like winter and spring. That would be cool. That would be cool. I would look forward to that. They're not. Oh, boo! They should make a winter one and a spring one. All the seasons. I'd pay for it, honestly. You kept close to your neighbor. You both chatted about things you'd seen at the shopping street, with Derek chiming in every so often. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen, and they looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, that wasn't her voice. Welcome back, everyone. You've made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware were already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. I liked it. It was okay, I guess. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table. Yeah, girl, where are your manners? Don't be fucking rude. And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. You're making a winter game that's loosely connected to the universe because you made main characters, because there's a main character showcase, and there is people are interested in the lore, so I'm figuring it out in like a game. You're working on the story with some friends, doing art for the demo. I love that. Be sure to like come back and tell me about it more. I'm in so many Discord servers, honestly, that like I'm just tired of Discord. I have my own server too that I'm barely in, but I would love to know more about it, honestly, truthfully, because that sounds awesome. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all of a sudden. Chin carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled. A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Well, what about me though, Mom? I thought I was the favorite. What about me? Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aww.
It's nothing. It's true though. You have been a lovely guest.
I've noticed that too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair.
And do you have anything good to say about our other guest?
She looked liberally at Cove with a teasing smirk.
Or is there nothing to say?
Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. You didn't have to out him like that. You didn't have to do that. You did him so dirty. I mean, you know what? No. Out him. Because that's gross. Use a napkin. Wash your hands. Use a towel. Do something. Don't wipe it on your clothes, because then you'll get stains, and then stains are hard to get out sometimes. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares? I don't think it's a big deal. You tease Cove for a bad habit. You complimented Derek on his politeness. You joked that Derek was basically an adult. You know, I'm gonna keep quiet. I'm gonna eat my food. I don't have time for this conversation. My parents had made an excellent lunch. You took another bite and minded your business. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. I guess we're going?
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells. See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Princeton. You waved goodbye to him. He waved back with a curt gesture.
Dude.
Seriously, dude? We'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. You offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. Why is Derek here? Shouldn't he have gone with the Holdens? Because my parents aren't responsible for him. But I mean, Derek, if you want to be here, I'm not gonna be mad about it. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company. He's not my guest, though. Although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly. Dad's still gonna be a while, so you wanna go for a walk? Sounds great. One last trip for the day. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination plan. It was quite a stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, so expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away, and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? If you want to talk about something, I'm here. If you want to talk, I'm here. I'm a little sad. Aw, it's just, with school starting back up again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practice and everything else. It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? We channeled some optimism into the conversation. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Jared looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. The plane flew high with the jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was hard to read his expression. Hey, Princeton. I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if it's weird to ask. That's such a weird ask right now, Derek. I kind of don't want to talk about that. I could be with a guy, yeah. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question. Don't ask it, because I'm going to have to reject you, and I don't want to reject you. So, what I mean is, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. Oh, Derek, you poor summer child. He ducked his head further. You thought about it. I like you. Well, like Cove. Mr. Holt. I'm picking Mr. Holden. There are a lot of guys I think are cool. Not right now. I don't really want to say that. That being an option is so fucking funny. Derek's eyes bulged and he seemed absolutely stunned. What if that would not be okay. Never mind. That's not even what if. Mr. Holden, Cove's dad? He shook his head and started mumbling to himself. Maybe he didn't really get it. I did say like instead of like. So Derek pulled himself together. Somewhat meekly, he looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous. Oh.
Hi.
You know, thinking ahead and everything is important. You gotta get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together, like they got married and stuff. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. His eyes widened and he started to make frantic hand gestures. Is he throwing up gang signs? Just, then we'd never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future, forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and students' loans and cars. Derek babbled on for a while more. It was as if all the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out now, all at once. So, yeah. What do you think? That's a good idea. I think having a backup plan sounds smart. You accept the deal because you're fond of Derek. I'll think about it. I don't think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. Do you like me? Of course I like you, but it's not... He had to pause, desperate to find a way to explain himself. We have to tease them. We have to tease the boys. Well, you don't have to think about that kind of thing right now. It's better to worry about all that later when we're grown up. That's why it's a good idea to have a plan, And, well, honestly, I think you and me would work out best for that. So... Aww. I don't think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. Aw, don't worry about it. That's okay. It was just an idea. Thanks for hearing me out and answering my questions and stuff. He felt a little worried that Derek wasn't happy. Oh, but when he saw your face, he smiled encouragingly. This is breaking my heart.
It's okay.
Derek, I love you, Derek. But we already did your DLC. I promise I'm not mad. I was just wondering. I'm sure things will be okay in the future no matter what. You just nodded. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. Derek found all kinds of fun things to talk about as you walked side by side back to your street. Then you plopped down on the curb outside your house, hugging your arms around your legs. His voice was comforting, and you were grateful that Derek was keeping you both distracted from the inevitable. For a little while longer, it was still summer vacation. You listened while he excitedly told you all about the new action movie coming out in a few months. And then you watched his brow pinch as he described the new ball tricks he'd been working on perfecting. It was easy to laugh along to his tales. You enjoyed the shine in his green eyes most when the conversation shifted to funny stories about his little brothers. It was almost hard to believe that much time had passed at all when a couple of short honks rang out in the neighborhood. Snickering, Derek scratched the back of his neck. Dad's here. You looked up the street and spotted the van coming around the corner. Mrs. Suarez cheerily waved her arm out of the window from the shotgun seat. Oh, and Mom too. Guess we know what that means. Derek rose to his feet, brushed some dirt off his pants. You followed his lead as the car rolled to a stop in front of your house. The van's wide door slowly and laboriously opened. On the inside was Jorge with a victoriously wide grin as he tugged the heavy door open the rest of the way so Derek had a way in. Hi, Jorge. Nicholas was there too. You heard him well before you saw him. We're here! Looking past Jorge, you found Nicholas bouncing against his straps in full force. Thanks for coming, guys. Wow, you are here. That's amazing. Holding onto the sides of the open door, Derek leaned into the car to give Nicholas a moment of one-on-one attention. You could hear the kids giggling over everything else. Faintly, you could hear the conversation was happening Faintly, you could hear that a conversation was happening between Derek's parents, but you couldn't make out a single word. Before you could do anything with that thought, Derek glanced over his shoulder. He paused and held your gaze softly, and then Derek let go of the car to stand back in front of you one last time. I've gotta go. Well, you know that, but bye. It was really cool hanging out today and this summer. We did not hang out a single time this summer. Not even his usual cheery enthusiasm could keep his sadness away this time. His voice grew quieter and he scuffed his foot on the pavement.
We had a good summer break.
But it had to end sometime. Yeah, it was the best summer too. I wouldn't have wanted to spend it without you. I'm glad we met before it started. You nodded. I'm glad we met before it started. Derek nodded bashfully with reddening cheeks. The fondness in his expression had your stomach feeling like it was full of butterflies. Same. We didn't miss anything. We literally missed the whole summer with you. You hugged him goodbye, you gave him a shoulder pat, you high-fived him, you gave him a thumbs up, you smiled. Let's give him a shoulder pat, buddy old pal. He let a lighthearted laugh at your gesture. You were glad to hear it. I'll see you later. Absolutely. By the time he'd finally come and Derek hopped up into the cabin of the van, Jorge and Nicholas waved to you from their seats. Aw, that's nice. The adults shouted their goodbyes next from the front. You laughed at their muffled voices and Mrs. Suarez leaned out her window.
Have a good one.
We realized you probably couldn't hear us, Mr. Suarez, and I wanted to say goodbye, Princeton. Yes, goodbye. Every time I had to do like a deeper voice, I always laugh. Derek's dad leaned over his wife to give his farewells. See you later. With a cheery grin, you held your hand high and gave a big wave goodbye so everyone in the van could see. All three brothers watched you from their seats. Take care, Princeton. Then Derek closed the door for Jorge this time. He moved the massive door with much more ease. After that, the car moved further down the street before flipping around to drive up the hill and out of the neighborhood. You remained rooted there to the curb and watched the Suarez family drive away. You were relieved you had a chance to see the whole family again. But they were gone and you were left to your own devices. Pivoting around, you made your way inside. Now that it was quiet, you yawned and decided it was a good time to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone happened to be free. I'm gonna take it easy. I need to call Lee. You flopped onto the couch and wiggled until you were positioned just right, and you knew when it was perfect because all the exhaustion from the day started fading away. Sighing contently, you were pleased with this end to the day. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your mom would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove! What's this man doing in the hills? When the surprise faded, you realized it wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You decided to meet up with him, you left him alone, you smacked the window against the tension, you opened the window to call out, I'm leaving him alone. We're not friends. You might not be, well, we're nice to each other, but I'm not going out of my way. You might be settling down, but the time had come for you all to call it a day. A few more minutes of nothing ticked by before your moms poked their heads into the living room. Hey, Princeton, ready to turn in? We just wanted to say goodnight before you got into bed. And we hope you had a great last day of summer. Maybe your first day at school tomorrow will be even better. Thanks, Mom. At that, you matched their warm smiles. You hoped the new school year turned out to be a good one. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt excited. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. What is this dog doing? The most is what he's doing. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. In between. What time is it? Oh, we got about like 30 minutes. Oh, sorry, my water bottle hit the mic. Hair back. Do you want anything in the back? none. And just cut all our hair off. Hair front color, hair okay. Change page. We don't need acne anymore. Because we use Neutrogena, no. Not sponsored. I don't even know if I'd ever get sponsored. My dream sponsor is Oreos, if I'm being honest. Do I want to do anything else with this? Oh, back scar? When did I put that? Ring? Jewels, pattern, plain, none. Jewels. Male color, plain. Oh, red. Gotta go through our emo phase. Black. These headscarves look warm. Oh, there we go. Okay. Voice name, if only. Done. My feelings for Cove. We can be fond of him. We're direct and fond. Yes. I want to see his appearance. Oh! Oh, he's so cute with his glasses! Go off, Cove. This shirt's gotta go, though. There's only 2 options? Why is there only 2 options? Swimsuit 1. Okay. Shirt 1. There's only 2 options. Boo. Boo. The start of classes ended. Hold on, I need to stretch. We're gonna finish this little thing right here. Should probably take me like 30 minutes. Then we're gonna end stream with some little announcements. Honestly, I'm so surprised I've been able to sit still for this long, because the medication I'm taking makes me gotta go. The start of classes ended the relaxed free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Excuse me. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. But you still kept in touch with the phone the best you could. You know what? Yeah, let's be friends. The Jeremy kid disappeared after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. Most summers came and went like waves in the shore, coming in and out. And why does this look like a jail? This looks like a jail. What is this? In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove mate due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry, woo, we love Terry. Terry. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Rogels also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people use Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. That's a good big sister, honestly. Cole's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. And Cove only continued to open up to his parents and the rest of the world. He was so bright, he shone. Aww. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Cove's interest has shifted from when he was younger. He still enjoyed athletic activities on occasion, but now he spent more time to study but now he gave time to more studious endeavors as well. Between Cove and you, things had definitely changed over the years. Cove had just been your neighbor, someone you only interacted with when needed or convenient. However, somewhere along the line, you ended up as real friends. Better late than never. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most poignantly the day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene, the whole family having a meal together. Oh, she's grown. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. What do you mean an off semester? You know what, never mind, I know what that means. It means that she's not taking summer classes. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she'd moved away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. You were a vegetarian, you were a vegan, you were a pescatarian, you were a politarian. I've never heard of politarian. You were a picky eater, you generally ate whatever. You're a picky eater, because we're always picky. And the meal you had reflected that. Your moms were happy to make food that fit your needs, along with dishes for themselves that didn't. Though you often made your own food nowadays. But it wasn't only you who had a diet that excluded certain things, as Liz had been a vegetarian for a while. Good for her. The way she's stanced up, it's giving pregnancy. It's giving pregnancy, and I don't know why it's giving pregnancy. Conversation had gone on idly without you fully taking in the words until your ears peaked when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I've heard the news. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us, what is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition, for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. The old couple? Is it because they died? A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Ma may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. Aw. That's sad. That's nice for them then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents with no grandkids, away from us. That's relief. It's kind of sad they can't travel anymore. Hope they're still okay even if they are mean. My thoughts exactly, Liz. Finally they can piss off. You didn't do anything to comment. They can piss off. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lonnie. And that blunt comment got laughter from all 3 of us. Engrossed in conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Oh? What is this? Step 3! 3rd time's charm. Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. It was effortless to do. You were very tall. The task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall. It's pretty straightforward. We're tall. We're not the tallest, but we're tall enough. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically gifted. You felt great about how things were. You hoped you might still grow more. You wish you'd stopped growing earlier. You didn't think about it much. You didn't even know what to think about it. We don't think about it. That was a struggle for you because you remember how you used to feel so content when it was about it when you were younger. Did we? I must have. I must have felt content about it. Liz shook you out of your internal musings by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You think of after the first year or two, I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architectural major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. Yeah, girl, you're a junior. You're a junior in college. Get it together, babes. She does not look like a junior in college, though. She looks like she's about 27. She looks my age. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I know you can handle it. I think it's cool you want to be an architect. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college. If that's even your plan, what is going on with that anyway? Girl, we're going to college. We have to become a lawyer. It's in the prophecy. I've had a solid plan set for a long time. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You hit it through 12 years of full-time education already? You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, I graduated top of my class. You soared through with high marks. You were extremely hard, but were rewarded with great. We were at top of our class. And you were going to miss it, and you were satisfied leaving off there, and you were just glad it was truly behind you, and you were going to miss it. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing. Ooh. I'm so sorry. I hit my mic all the time. I'm so sorry about that. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic. You're a good boy, Princeton. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks. You're a good big sister. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy, soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her new task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. You had silly novelty songs as a ringtone. You set one of your most beloved songs as your ringtone. Yeah. He would have his phone on all the time and not on vibrate. I have my phone on vibrate all the time, and then I lose my phone, and I'm like, I can't find it. So it's probably smarter for me to have my phone off of vibrate, but I won't do it. The sound of the little jingles piss me off. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday present from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was silver. It was its phone, and it had a special charm attached to it, which was a small shell, a crystal, music note, a cat face, a string of beads, a heart, a keychain Cove bought you when you were a kid. Aww. What is Lake of Voices? Hold on. I feel like I've looked this up before, but I just cannot remember. Lake of Voices game. It's a free dark fantasy horror visual novel. Where players make difficult time choices to navigate a treacherous journey across a monster-infested lake leading to inevitable character deaths and multiple endings. Oh, that sounds good. We might play that someday. Not now though, but someday. I already have my schedule packed, booked, and busy for the rest of this month. I think the shark keychain that Cove gave us when we were little kids is so cute. Because we're friends now. You were pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with a finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar bubbly voice came through right after. Hey, Princeton! Sup? I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Look at the little shark! Ah, it's so cute! I love sharks so much.
Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. Hey, I love doing chores. I like cleaning. It's good to hear from you. Even though she couldn't see it, you shook your head at that. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. She giggled and you could hear the jangling of jewelry she must be wearing. She's probably covered in jewelry. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You're off to your part-time job today. You hadn't started working anywhere yet, so you can relate. You know what? Let's get a part-time job. Like you, Lee has started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool. That's you then. So, how's Mr. Cole Holden doing? Girl, why do you care? There was a friendly sense of genuine curiosity in her tone. She had always thought well of him. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. You could count him among your group of friends. He was a very close friend of yours. The two of you were best friends. Cove was essentially family. He's in a group of friends. It was nice having him around. Have you been making me do without him? Or is he back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Aw, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon. He needs to be there too. You can understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months, and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but still. Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd simply be gone for a while and then he'd be back. It wasn't something you minded or noticed much usually. That changed since the two of you had gotten closer and you thought on it a lot. You kind of wish you had cared more when growing up. Why? That's how it was in the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. We're in California, right? She's in Nevada. Those states are touching. How long is this trip? Unless she's on the other side of Nevada. His part-time work could become full-time soon. Well, I guess because we're on the coast too. Okay. You're not being dramatic, I guess. It's probably like at least 3 hours. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that. Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic? Girl, you brought him up. That works. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you need to finish your responsibilities around the house. Both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town and do some shopping in a real city? Yeah, it's been a way too long since I've gone anywhere exciting. Good. I'm driving. That was obvious you didn't know how to drive. You were glad for that. You still had to learn from it. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan, so she could if you wanted. It was nice of her to do that. You had a license, but tried to avoid driving when possible. Yes. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all the part-time work you'd done, as well as the gifts you'd received. After making sure you both fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. Can you guys believe it's Wednesday? I'm sorry, this is real random. But that means tomorrow's Thursday, and then that means the day after that's Friday, and that means the week is over, and it's shook. I'm shook. Okay, anyway. It was a smooth ride there with a light conversation about what shops to stop at, and the radio blasting. Your trip there breezed by, and it felt like in no time you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interest to check out, and you yours. Your hobbies and skills were the ones you developed when you were younger. Yeah. When turning a corner, a new look of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realized you wanted to get a graduation gift yourself to give to Cove. You know what? Yeah. Let's get Cove something. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around then anyway. You'd keep an eye out for something good, though you might have something nice for him at home already.
Oh, okay. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, he decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more... Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could buzz out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Princeton, don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more. Look! You followed her gaze as best you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Princeton, doesn't one of them seem familiar? Oh, why'd she get close and then blurry? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. This awkward-ass kid. Ugh, I love Shiloh. Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Princeton, keep an eye out if he looks, to see if he looks. Girl, why do I have to be the one who watches? Likely without even hearing what you have to say, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the words across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But many of the startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her attention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the group he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He's trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light foot jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of you and Liz.
Hi.
I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Princeton. We were all kids when we were little kids. We were all kids? Of course you were all kids when you were little kids. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, the gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded to something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. The face, the freckles, how genially you try to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why that hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We are on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Not the sorry. Is he Canadian? I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically as well as literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration, getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion. We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him. It was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. With us, he's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude. Excuse me? We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh my god. My mouth. Oh, let me hitting the mic again. I gotta do something with this mic situation. Like, my desk is. What if. Hold on. Why do I have. If I move it up here, it's less likely that I'll hit it. Okay, hopefully you guys can still hear me well. Ah! Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with them again. And I'm sorry, I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye! And that was it. His final parting words given. Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast, you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. Ooh, excuse me. I could have told him his last name was Fields. His birthday's October 30th. That would have proved it, but no. Wow, Charlotte grew up to be dumb, no. Whoever Nate is sucks. He was so unnecessarily unpleasant when all you wanted to do was talk to someone from a moment. Why aren't you running after him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are. True. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Have a good life. Bye, Shiloh. We'll miss you. Good luck out there. You'll need it. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, little baby bro. Let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms toward the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room. I mean, the guest room. Since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when first taking over her bigger room after she left for college, but there have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hadn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. Let it go, Liz. I don't see your name on it. Thank you, Liz. It's a really nice room. Thanks for being so gracious about giving it up. Just wanted to follow my big sister's shoes. I'm sorry? No. Thank you for being so gracious about giving it up. I had no choice. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. We can take turns. You'll be Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed her familiar grin and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving to a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Yay! I get to design my room! Woo! I love designing my room. Okay, so we're doing green, blue, green, purple, yellow. I don't know. I like blue and I like yellow. That's because probably they have the same pillow situation going on. This one seems a lot less lived in. This seems more lived in. I think I'll do yellow. Oh, look at my trophies. Yes. Window. We'll do lights. Yeah. This looks lived in to me. I'm fine with this. Yeah, this is good. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned around, you realized you were not alone there. Colorfully perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Why? ¿Por qué? Sir, why are you here? Wait. Cove Holden. The shock knocked. Ooh, excuse me. The shock knocked all the words out of you. He kind of looks like Daniel Radcliffe a little bit, with the glasses, like, as you know who. Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own room. How did he get in here? That's the real question. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you'd been too astounded to actually ask the question. Thankfully, Cove took the hint from your stunned expression and began to explain. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. For reasons only known to him, ever since the two of you had begun to get closer, he'd skip going through the door and would scale the side of your house to get in through the window instead, like a creep. A small smile had formed on his face. You know what? It's not creepy if you're friends. We are friends. It'd be different if we were, like, indifferent and he, like, scaled my room. He scaled the house to get into my room. That would be creepy, but I guess because we're friends, it's a lot less creepy because we know each other. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. Why didn't you take your shit to your house? Why is it in my backyard? That was when you truly understood Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. What about your dad? Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. You laughed. The realization made you bashful. You shook your head at his antics. You stayed frozen. I'm gonna shake my head. I'm shaking my head at you. Everything from situation to his solution was such a Cove thing to do. Cove dropped from his seat on the windowsill, landing lightly on his feet. He made his way over to you, the smile still resting on his face. You're too crazy. I'm glad you're here. I missed you. Trouble's back in town. I can't believe my eyes. It's the most amazing man in the world. Well, don't say that. Punch his arm. Why does he look so smug here? Your fist made light contact with his upper arm. Cove playfully nudged your shoulder in return. I missed you. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. Is he in love with me? Because you can't be. You can't be in love with me, Cove. Not this time, I'm sorry. Obviously. Was the trip any good? Yeah, I had a great time. We're gonna do what we did last time once we get to, the DLC. We're gonna skip all of Cove's DLC and all of that and just do Baxter's, because we only care about Baxter. That's what we did last time with Derek. We didn't do any of, Cove's DLC. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. Actually, there might be something that we can do with Baxter and one of them, if I can recall. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunsetburg for the time being. Things were settled as much as they could ever be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you were busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. Yeah, you should do that. Don't know why you came over here first. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Boating has yeah, that's what I remember. Like, one of them had something to do with Baxter. It was the boat. I remember the boat, because you could invite Baxter on the boat. Want to come with me? No. No, but I'll walk you downstairs. Cool. Yeah, cool. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. Yeah, you forgot the moment name. I don't remember the moment name either, but I remember we were in a boat with Lee, and the whole crew was there. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You followed after him. The two of you casually went down to the ground floor of your house. In all of the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued. Really? You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. The gift you'd chosen hadn't been something you could buy. Yeah, let's give him like a special gift. It was the orange shell he'd been entranced with since you were kids. Not the $20 bill. Which one should we pick? I did say I was going to tease him forever about that. A grin spread over your face as you rushed upstairs to fetch the gift. Back in your room, you dug out the old $20 bill Mr. Holden had given you so many years ago. It was soft, the paper having long given up resistance as it was crinkled, folded, and smoothed back out again. If you'd spin it and brought it back into circulation, it would have been destroyed and replaced long ago. You were glad it had been spared that fate. Having collected your one-of-a-kind gift, you headed back downstairs. Cove looked at you with eager curiosity as you approached. You waved the bill in the air. Cove smirked, his nostrils flaring as he issued a snort of laughter, though his eyes were rueful. His relationship with his dad had improved over the years, but Mr. Holden had never lived this incident down. Giving someone cash as a graduation gift has never made more sense, huh? You shook your head. He didn't understand. This isn't just a 20, it's the 20. Have you ever gone through a Cove run with $20 and never tell Cove, even though the marriage? It's funny to see what happens at the reception. I have never done that. I've always told him that, hey, your dad gave me this money, because I don't like lying. What happens at the reception? You should try it? Okay, I'll try it on my own time. It's worth it? Okay. I believe you. I definitely will try it. The 20? He raised an eyebrow as he echoed your words, still not understanding. He gasped. You knew then that he had realized what it was you were holding. Cliff tells Cole. Does he cry? The one that, from the deal, my dad? Despite the broken sentences, you knew what he was asking. I knew you'd get it. You never spent it? His mouth hung open, no further words came out. He stared stunned at the note in your hand. I was just a kid and didn't really get it, so I took the money your dad wanted to give me. But even then, I couldn't find anything that felt right to spend it on. It was too important. That feeling never went away. There was never anything worth giving it up for. Except for you. Cove's eyes were shining, not me making this man cry. Well, let me see for myself, okay? Just getting to know you was the only reward I needed, so I want you to have it. This is so sweet, though. You continue to hold the note towards him. Cove finally collected his jaw, a delicate smile lighting up his face. He cautiously reached out and accepted the bill from your hand. Cove How do I pronounce this word? I'm gonna go insane. Face ID. You don't need my face ID. So let me type my password in. REVEREN. Okay, can you pronounce it for me though? Referentially. I was never gonna get that. Cove referentially laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bogged as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't. You just... Princeton, I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No! Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place.
Bye.
Thank you. His voice quivered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck, his shed tears dampened your skin. You hugged him back. You didn't need words as you quietly extended his appreciation. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasps that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. Should we do the boat one first, or the sightseeing first? What's your recommendation, Callie? His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really, seriously too nice to me. You smiled back. You have no right to call anyone else too nice. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I have to tell you. You're never gonna guess who I saw today. You didn't give Cove a chance to reply, and there seriously was no way he'd figure it out. Shiloh.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids? I was gonna say Cave. His name is Cave now. Cave pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from the first summer, right? The one who moved? The guy was named Shiloh, and he looked just like Shiloh from back then, even wearing a hat still. But he had no idea who I was and ran off somewhere. Cove frowned. It's getting to that point where I'm getting antsy. The medication's making me antsy. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on the news list, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors? The ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been in an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something, and we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. There is still stuff to do. Don't miss me too much. You wave him off as he headed back home. Closing the door behind him, you wondered how you'd spend the rest of your night. Maybe you'd think of some plans for what to do now that Cove was back. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun that it was already at an end, and the dawn of the new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends Cove, Miranda, and Terry to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try. But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. Oh, not his titties out. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too. Hey there, Princeton. Hey, good timing. You should come join us. Give him a noogie. Immediately, Cove caught that you were homing in on his hair. Oh, that was honing in. You know what? Words are hard. And he dodged your hand. He tried giving you a startled look, but it was no match for your teasing grin. He rolled his eyes, and all was forgiven. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his head an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had thought dancing on the tip of his tongue. He had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. So, what are you up to today? Me and Cove are meeting some friends later. We're gonna paint the town red. Exciting! They won't know what hit them. Cove shook his head disapprovingly, but you knew him well enough to tell that he was entertained by your notion. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd be only polite to greet new folks in town. I wish we could bake something for Baxter. Like some brownies or something, but we don't know if he likes brownies. Make him every kind of treat, and then we'll see what he likes. I could go for a lemon square right now, honestly. I made lemon squares like 3 years ago. I should make some again. Into the recipe again. Maybe I'll be a single dad. Maybe we'll be a single dad and his son. You've been here too long if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider exciting development. Yes, I'm dying to see the newcomers. I'm dying to see the newcomers. Well, anyone has to be better than the last chance. I don't want to meet them. I'm dying to see the newcomers. Princeton gets it. Cove raised an eyebrow. Really? You too? Yeah, it could be anyone. The beach attracts all kinds of people. Cove thought about your words for a few seconds and then nodded understandingly.
I guess.
Mr. Holden took one more glance at the current vacant building and sighed dramatically. Once he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. He's so dramatic. I love Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. I'm going to turn my mic off because I have to sneeze. Wait, did you hear me? I'm so sorry about that. I literally pressed on the mic and it said it turned. Okay. Well, I'm sorry if you heard me blowing my nose. Jax, hi. Hi, Jax. It's not dinner time yet. You got 30 more minutes, brother. I know exactly why you came over here. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. You really liked Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden was one of your favorite people. Cove's dad was kind of a bother. You have mixed feelings of Mr. Holden. He's one of my favorite people. He always tried his best and was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay? Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Sir, can you go somewhere? He's staring at me from underneath my desk. Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around on the street a while. See you later. I'll stick around with the new neighbor. I can wait with you. Why don't I stay as your neighbor and keep you company? Curiosity about the new tenant was getting the better of you, and you figured that the wait wouldn't be too much longer. And besides, you just couldn't leave Cove. Really? Of course. I like keeping company, remember? Well, no. I didn't mean it like that. He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response. I like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. Okay. Princeton, you're my true ally in this world. No, that's so cute. That got a fair amount of chuckle from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. I didn't need to read any of that other stuff. He's lucky to have me. You're the most lucky guy in all Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Did I? Yeah. Did I? Oh, okay. Either way, you didn't mind. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game of the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Well,
This has to be them, right? The only people who come out here live here, it has to be. Only people who come out here live here. There we go. You leaned forward, sitting on the edge of the front step. You couldn't wait to finally put an end to the suspense and get a look at the new neighbor. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. Look at him! It's our boy! It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-sweeping hair matched the scheme. We love to see a man with a theme. The only other pop of color was something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission, a pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared this familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there. However, with a firm click, he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Cove finally stood up to to greet this person, he followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. You shook it, offered to low-five him, you held your arms open to offer a hug instead. I'll shake it. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Welcome to Sunset Bird, Baxter. I'm Princeton. Hey, Princeton. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. We could be more than that. From your other side, Cove made a sarcastically amused scoff. And you are? He sighed. Where'd I get sighed from? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. Maybe I need a water break. Maybe that's it. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons, his eyes shone as he studied Cove for a moment.
Really?
Oh, wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that exclamation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. It's really not. No, I agree, it suits you. Hey, only I get to fluster him. That's a lot considering you're talking to a stranger, Baxter. You didn't know what to say. No, I agree, it suits you.
Not bad.
Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you living with it this long, but I promise, to an onlooker, it's a knockout. Cole couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cole's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, it wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. He began to speak, but suddenly stopped and closed his mouth. He became absorbed in his own thoughts, tapping a finger to the side of his chin as he stared at you. You shot at Cove a confused glance. He shrugged in response. After a few moments, Baxter had the same small curl from before. He removed the finger from his face and used it to point directly at you. We've met before.
What?
What? When? Baxter continued to smile widely. His head tilted slightly to the side as he studied your visage. It's embarrassing, but I haven't remembered that part yet. He laughed cordially while Cove stared at him in disbelief. Baxter chuckled further, mirth growing at what must have been a very amusing situation in his mind. I'm getting there. Don't tell me. I know you want to, but do not. It'll come to me. He continued looking at you up and down, hand back over his chin while he racked his brain for answers, and then recognition appeared in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, he announced his revelation as though he had forgotten his own birthday. The Cypress at the summer soiree, of course. Turning away from you, Baxter began rambling to himself about the details. That had been before any regionals, so at that time I was about 14 years old. That makes it 5 years ago from now, right? Cole's mouth fell open.
Seriously?
Are you kidding me? Is he serious? Did you really meet this guy at a country club party 5 years ago? You didn't remember him at all. Yeah, I think so. You were shocked, but yes, you did meet him at the Cypress. There were no words. If it did happen, how did he even remember? You shook your head. You certainly had. You never forgotten the mystery boy. You weren't sure what to say or what to do. He appeared in front of you so unexpectedly then, and he'd done it again. Cove's eyes darted between you and Baxter again. The instigator of this discussion lightly gestured with his hands in response. It's good not to forget a face. You see, my parents were members of the Cypress. They happened to be passing through on a trip across different states when they heard about the event.
To be honest.
I'm sorry, but like the voice actor's voice is really nice, but it throws me off every time I hear it. Funnily enough, the entire reason they joined was for the connections they could make with other members there. Looks like that perk has finally hit for me too. Originally, I thought it was only any good since I could occasionally dance there. Baxter suddenly stopped and stood up straighter. He grinned. Dance. Oh yes, that's what I was going to say. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing earlier. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down.
Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took this as a cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Thanks. I'll pass, I think. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. I could probably show you some moves. No, I'll take you up on that offer sometime. I look forward to that then. After that, there was a long conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it. What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued. Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but luckily for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Cole was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke, firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it. Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. And am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you were attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still, he thinks I'm cute. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No, that isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Though, would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also no. I am flexible, not a surprise. I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if we can. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you and he continued to look at your face when you spoke. Thanks for answering. I don't think I'm interested in that. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. It doesn't bother me. I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that with me. I find it pretty entertaining. You probably annoy a lot of people who sit there and sure how to react. It doesn't bother me. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. You smiled and silently agreed. You laughed in a conspiratorial way. You looked away nervously. You told Baxter that you were both waiting to see who was going to move in. All you were doing was waiting for you to finally show up. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already? Not bad. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Goodbye for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath. I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Choose your feelings for Baxter. Oh, yes. This is how you feel towards Baxter for this step. It can be the same or different from how you feel towards Cove. Relaxed. And we have a crush. I'm ready. Hold on. Save. Yes. It is 4:40. Okay, we're gonna stop it here. I gotta go. The boyfriend will be here soon. Okay. Thank you guys for joining me for this, my stream back from hiatus. Excuse me about that too. I will be streaming again on Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing thank you cards and making the Sims. We're making Darius and Lele in The Sims 4 from my streamathon that I had that I didn't get to finish. But I will be making them thank you cards and doing Sims creation. And then Saturday, I'm just letting you guys know this now. Well, not now, again.
I will be starting the raid chain for the Disabled Content Creators Collective at 12 p.m. and we're gonna be playing Too Hot to Handle. So be there or be square. Or you could be round too, I don't know. Be whatever you want to be, just show up. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me for this. I'm gonna head out. We're not gonna raid today because I am tired. Thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking, thank you for showing up any way you can possible. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a nice rest of your day, week, month, year, and life. And I hope to see you in the next